So welcome everybody to this inquiry in relation to the application by Scottish Power Renewables for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and a direction under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, the construction and operation of an 18-turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure approximately 5.5 kilometres northeast of the village of Bar Hill in South Ayrshire. I will refer to it as the Clauchrie wind farm during proceedings. My name is Stephen Hall and I am a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to consider this application and report my findings and recommendations to them. As a result of objections to the application from South Ayrshire Council and from others, Scottish Ministers have decided that an inquiry should be held into the proposal. The inquiry will take the form of a number of oral sessions, including both formal inquiry and more informal hearing procedures. The main purpose of the inquiry is to make sure that I understand the positions of parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence was considered necessary. Where there is a dispute, I need to be clear on what the reasons are for that dispute. This is so that these matters can be clearly set out in my reports to ministers. So could I first ask the main participants to introduce themselves, just to make sure that the technology is working and so that I can check who is expecting to actively participate today. And if I could start with the applicant, do we have Mr. Innes?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Malcolm Thompson. I'm a Queen's Counsel and I represent the applicant.
And can you let me know who's with you today?
Quite a number of people, sir.
Well, perhaps just those who are going to participate.
My star witness today is Mr. James Welsh, who will be giving evidence in the wildland session.
Thank you. And could you perhaps just clarify your role and Mr. Innes's role as we go through the inquiry?
Right. I'm charged by the applicant to represent them in relation to some of the sessions. For example, I'm doing this session, I'm doing noise, I'm doing socioeconomic and tourism, that hearing session. Mr. Innes will be doing other sessions, as will Mr. Ewan MacLeod. So it's a team effort so far as representation is concerned. And then there will be one consolidated closing submission at the end.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And for the council, Mr. Campbell.
So good morning. I'm John Campbell. I'm a Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar and I'm representing South Ayrshire Council in respect of its objection to this application. When my time comes, I will be leading Carol Anderson, an expert witness on landscape and visual matters, and Mr. Alan Edgar, one of the Council's planning officers.
Thank you very much.
But also, I beg your pardon, I will also lead Connie Lobban, who is an enforcement officer with the Council in the session devoted to hydrology and private water supplies. So 3 witnesses in all. None of them are with me today.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And for Nature Scott, Ms. Jack.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Jennifer Jack. I'm a partner with Harper MacLeod Solicitors and I'm representing Nature Scott, and I'll be leading Carol Anderson in evidence in relation to the wildland aspects of the landscape and visual session.
Okay, thank you. Now for Glasgow Prestwick Airport, I understand that Mr. Brown can't be with us this morning, but do we have Mr. Blythe or Ms. Cornelius?
Yes, good morning, sir. I'm Douglas Blythe from Dentons. I'm joined by Amy Cornelius this morning, also from Dentons. As you've correctly observed, Ewan Brown's tied up this morning, but should be joining us in the afternoon. And the witnesses for the aviation lighting aspect for Glasgow Prestwick Airport will be Doug Fidel and Kel Kirkland.
Thank you. And then other parties, I think I saw Mr. Shaw.
Good morning, sir. My name's Christopher Shaw. I'm a private individual objecting on a number of matters. I will be participating in the hydrology session and also as appearing as a witness for Ms. Crosswaite in the noise section of the inquiry.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Crosswaite.
Good morning. Yes, I'm a third-party objector, and I will be appearing in the noise session along with our lay advocate, Melvin Grosvenor, who is here today, and witnesses Professor Marianne Alves Pereira and Christopher Shaw and Joy Kendall. And Pat Spence will also be a witness in that session too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Spence, I can see you there as well.
Yes, I'm a private objector. And I will be taking part in aspect of landscape and visual on the socio-economic side, and the noise session. And there's another one that I can't just quite remember. I've not had any sleep.
We'll get through to them shortly. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else here who's expecting to actively participate in our discussions today?
Yes, sir. It's David Gordon, Mountaineering
Sorry,
Scotland.
Mr. Gordon. Yeah.
I anticipate you calling upon me today. And
yes, quite right.
A small organisation. There was only myself.
Thank you. Thank you for those introductions. Now, before we get into the meat of today's proceedings, there are just a few procedural matters to go through. And I'll also give people an opportunity to make any procedural points or ask any questions about how the inquiry is going to run in a few moments. I held a pre-inquiry meeting for this inquiry on the 17th of December 2020 to guide the procedures for this case. It can be viewed on the DPEA website webcast library. And the note of the meeting has been sent to all parties and is available on our website. I have visited the local area, including most of the viewpoints discussed in the landscape and visual impact assessment, first of all back in November, and then again earlier this month. These visits took place on an unaccompanied basis. I haven't yet visited the site itself or the most affected nearby properties, but I would expect to do so probably on an accompanied basis after the inquiry. Nor have I visited the area at night. We will discuss arrangements to be made for any accompanied visits towards the end of the inquiry on the 23rd of June. This inquiry will be webcast live at www.dpea.public-i.tv. The video recording of the inquiry will be retained on the website after the application is determined. By taking part in the virtual inquiry, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings, and any information contained in them as well for webcasting and training purposes. We may also use this information for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. I'll now briefly explain the process that will be followed for this virtual inquiry. So during the current period of restrictions, the Council has not been required to place paper copies of documents for this case on deposit. The documents have been published on the DPEA website under the case reference WIN-370-3. The inquiry will be conducted over 5 weeks, including a week's break in the week of 14th of June. A copy of the initial inquiry programme was included in the note of the pre-inquiry meeting, and then an adjusted timetable was sent to all parties on the 26th of January. And these can also be viewed on the DPEA website. But I will quickly run through the timetable now. So this week we'll be holding an inquiry session to discuss landscape and visual impact, beginning with wildland and aviation lighting matters today and tomorrow, and then moving on to other landscape and visual impacts on Wednesday and Thursday. And along with the applicant, I'm expecting the Council, Nature Scott, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, Mountaineering Scotland, and Pat Spence to participate in this session. The inquiry will not sit on Friday the 28th of May or Monday the 31st of May due to these being public holidays. On the 1st and 2nd of June, there will be an inquiry session dealing with hydrology, including private water supplies. And I'm expecting the applicant, the council, and the Mr. Shaw, Ms. Kendall, Ms. Spinks group to participate in that session. On the 3rd of June, we will hold a hearing session to discuss socio-economic and tourism impacts. And I'm expecting the applicant, Save Straighten for Scotland, Pat Spence, and Mountaineering Scotland to participate. On the 4th of June, we have an individual objector session scheduled with the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere. On the 7th of June, we have another hearing session to discuss planning and energy policy and related matters. And here I'm expecting the applicant, the council, Barda Chatton, Knockdolian Estates, the Mr. and Mrs. Shaw, Ms. Spinks, Ms. Kendall group, and Mountaineering Scotland to participate. Between the 8th and the 10th of June, there will be an inquiry session to discuss the radar mitigation aspects of aviation. The participants will be the applicant and Glasgow Prestwick Airport. Then we'll break for a week before coming back on the 21st and 22nd of June for an inquiry session on noise. And I'm expecting the applicant, Susan Crosthwaite and her witnesses, and Pat Spence and her witness to participate in that session. And then finally, we'll have a hearing session on conditions and the conclusion of the inquiry on the 23rd of June. And I have a note of the applicant, the council, Nature Scott, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, Save Straighten for Scotland, the Mr. and Mrs. Shaw, Ms. Spinks, Ms. Kendall group, and Pat Spence wishing to participate in that session. So that's our timetable, quite a lengthy inquiry, and I hope we'll be able to stick to it. But parties should be alive to the possible need for some flexibility in case any of our sessions overrun. So to that end, we also have potential overspill days identified on the 11th, 24th and 25th of June, and it would be helpful if witnesses could also hold themselves available for those days. So I hope that matches parties' understanding of the programme. Does anybody have anything to say at this stage about timing and availability?
So may I confirm that you expect everyone to sign in on at the start of the 23rd of June, since you will be at that point giving information about making final submissions and so on?
Yes, that's correct. So, yes, both final submissions, also site inspections as well. So it would be if people have any intention to make closing submissions or any interest in site inspections, then it would certainly be helpful for them to tune in on the 23rd. Though I wouldn't expect that to be until the afternoon, because we have to discuss the matters of conditions first. Okay, so as I've just outlined, 4 of the topics will be dealt with using formal inquiry sessions. And for those not familiar with the process, the normal sequence of events is that Firstly, the advocate or solicitor introduces their witness, who gives their evidence in chief. The witness will have prepared written statements called precognitions in advance, and these statements, along with the documents parties will be referring to, are available to view on our website. The witness is then cross-examined by opposing parties. Then the reporter may ask questions to the witness, and the witness can be asked some further questions by their own advocate or solicitor as re-examination. When the evidence on all topics is concluded, parties will have the opportunity to make a closing submission in writing, as we've just discussed. We will be discussing the timescales for those on the 23rd of June. The remaining oral sessions will take the form of virtual hearings. We have 2 of these. These are less formal discussions involving all relevant participants and chaired by the reporter and based around the agendas that I circulated a couple of weeks ago. In addition to the evidence considered through the inquiry and hearing sessions, my report and recommendations to ministers will also consider a range of other matters raised in consultation responses and written representations submitted to the Energy Consents Unit or to the Council or to this inquiry. And the details of all those can be viewed on the case file on the DPEA website. In addition to the note of the pre-inquiry meeting, a procedure note was sent to participants on the 11th of May. It is anticipated that proceedings will commence each day at 10 a.m, but please be ready to join the meeting in good time, and the meeting will be available to join from 9:45. We will aim to end before 4:30 p.m. each day, and will take 1 hour for lunch and also at least 1 short break in the middle of the morning and the middle of the afternoon session. Please note that all teams must adhere to government guidance on COVID-19 when participating. So, for example, physical distancing must be maintained, avoid any close contact with other people, no sharing of documents or equipment. If any participant is taken ill during the inquiry or shows symptoms of COVID-19, I will adjourn to allow medical attention to be sought. I will consult parties as soon as possible thereafter on how and when to reconvene the inquiry. If at any point I'm in any doubt that the advice is not being followed, it may be necessary to adjourn the proceedings. Can I also remind all parties that mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched to silent during the inquiry, please. If you have an emergency where you are, then please do not hesitate to depart, but simply ask that we adjourn the session. I think you've all seen Callum at the start of the session. He's our member of DPEA IT staff with us today. It may not always be him, but there will always be a member of our IT staff present during the process to address any technical issues that should arise. But past experience, I'm sure we're all very familiar with this now, shows that it would help considerably if parties could mute themselves when not speaking and turn their videos off when not actively participating in a session. Turning to documents, all parties should now have received a memory stick with a finalised set of all the documents that were submitted up to early May. And the applicant has also created an online documents hub to which you should all have access. I confess I had a little trouble accessing the hub myself this morning. I don't know if that was just with me or if it's a problem at the hub's end. But can I just check that everybody who thinks they should have received one of the memory sticks and the linking information to the hub has received that? Some thumbs up, nobody saying no. Good. I would like to thank the DPEA case officer team, particularly Ms. Akbar, and the applicants team, particularly Ms. Payton, for their really considerable efforts in making these documents available so easily to us all. A few late documents have been received after the circulation of the memory stick. These should have been circulated to the relevant parties already, but I think the links were set out in an email sent by Ms. Akbar on Thursday. I'm not expecting any further documents or written evidence to be submitted to the inquiry. The only exception is that I have given the applicant an opportunity to respond by the 4th of June to Ms. Clauchre's supplementary representation on noise that's just recently emerged. It would be very helpful for parties to state at the start of each evidence or cross-examination session which are the main documents that they will be referring to in that session, and that will allow us to line these documents up on our screen in advance. At the inquiry sessions, I would prefer at least the main sections of the recognitions to be read out loud by witnesses. As part of their evidence in chief, I recognise that not all parties are professionally represented, so witnesses may interpose or add supplementary verbal comments, but this should be kept to a minimum and avoid introducing any new matters, and be limited to points of clarification, the correction of errors, and matters arising after the witness's recognition was written. When it comes to cross-examination, I would ask that this focuses on those essential matters that are still in dispute, and I may intervene if I consider that we're straying into matters that do not need to be included in my report. So just finally, a few housekeeping matters. It's important that those participating, including myself, have time to follow the evidence and access any required documents that we need to. So some pauses may be required to enable this to happen. And I may ask you, people giving evidence, just to pause for a few seconds while I access the documents myself. Should parties need to intervene at any point to make a procedural point, I'll try and keep an eye out for a raised hand, but I'll be taking notes myself and looking at documents, so I may miss that. So in those circumstances, parties should just feel free to speak up. However, this should be done in a respectful manner, and any points raised should be addressed to me, at least in the first instance. And just a couple of other preliminary matters. Firstly, there was a question raised by Ms. Payton yesterday about the noise conditions and when we should be discussing those. I had envisaged that all conditions would be discussed at the conditions session, but I can certainly see the advantage of discussing some of the more technical conditions, perhaps around noise and even aviation, when the relevant experts are in the room. So I don't have a strong opinion about whether those conditions are discussed at the condition session or at the relevant topic session. But it would be helpful to bottom this out in advance, I think. So I would welcome the parties' views on that. Perhaps Mr. Thompson, do you have a view on when we should be discussing the noise conditions?
Yes, the noise condition issue, I think, concerns the Council's desire to have an amplitude modulation condition added, which isn't a condition that was proposed by the applicant. The applicant's position is that it doesn't accept the need for such a condition, and it will be for the Council to make a case for why it's necessary. As the Council doesn't have a witness giving evidence at the noise session, it would probably be more appropriate to deal with it at the conditions session as originally intended. And we are happy to make our noise expert available at that session to give the other side of the argument.
Good, thank you. And
Yes.
Mr. Campbell, yes, the Council.
Sir, thank you. For what it's worth, I agree with that. And I'm happy to attend on behalf of the Council to ask questions of Mr. Thompson's noise witness in respect of the proposed AM condition.
Good, well that certainly keeps things simple in one sense. Does anybody else have any views on this, or should we just go with, yes, Ms. Crossthwaite, is that?
We've included some requests for conditions in our precognition and in our evidence, and we would also like to be party to the discussion of noise conditions, if that's possible.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. And but you're happy for that all to be done on the 23rd of June?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, good. Well, we'll go ahead with that then. We'll discuss all the. Sorry, yes, Ms. Spence.
Yeah, I would like to be included in the conditions for the noise session too.
That's fine. Yes, I mean I'm happy for any.
Yeah, because I'm very badly affected by what's going on.
Yes, I mean really I'm happy for any of the opted-in parties to attend on the 23rd of June and contribute. I'm not asking for any written evidence in advance necessarily, unless people want to put that. Well, I think at this stage I'm not asking for any further written evidence on conditions beyond what we already have. But I'm certainly happy for parties to come along and contribute to the discussion. Right, the other matter that we had was just an email from Ms. Payton this morning about a change to document CD 9.6, the Air Navigation Order 2016. If others have no difficulty with this, I'm certainly happy to accept this as an additional document. Mr. Blythe, have you seen this email this morning?
Yes, I have, sir, and there's no difficulty on the part of GBA.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll accept that. I don't know, Mr. Thompson, does this need a new document number?
Sorry, no, sir. I think it can simply be part of CD 9.6, which is entitled the Air Navigation Order. Well, what we've actually got at 9.6 is a number of regulations made under the Air Navigation Order. And there's a link to the Air Navigation Order itself, but there's not a physical copy of it in 9.6. So I'm simply seeking to add the physical copy.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just include that all within 9.6 then. And presumably the necessary adjustments will be made to the hub.
Yeah.
Good. So before we move on to yes, Mr. Thompson, you've got your hand up already.
So, sorry, there was just one thought about that. It's a very large document, and I think it's only articles 222 and maybe 223 that I think anyone will require you to look at. So if anybody wanted, in the absence of the material being on the memory stick, just to print off a copy of those 2 pages, that's a convenient way of dealing with the matter.
Okay, so that's 2.2.2 and 2.2.3.
222, 222 and 223 are the 2 articles.
All right. Thank you. So yes, that's all I had to say at this stage. But before we move on to the first session of the inquiry, are there any other procedural or preliminary matters that anybody wishes to raise at this stage? Ms. Crosthwaite.
Thank you, sir. Having participated in the Eracleoc extension inquiry, which was my first such experience, I and my witnesses were all subjected to inappropriate non-material evidence questions under cross-examination. And I and other third objectors request that the reporters ensure that this does not happen during this inquiry. We're dealing with the same applicant, and we may not be experts, but between us we have vast experience of living close to industrial wind turbines. So I wondered if you could take that on board, please, sir.
I will certainly take it on board, and any cross-examination does need to be polite and respectful at all times. I would say that it is legitimate for parties to ask other parties about their relevant experience and the basis they have for making the points they do, and so that can inform my view about how much weight to give to the views of those parties. But certainly in my mind, the experience of local people and the knowledge gained by people through, perhaps through non-traditional means, it can be equally valid. What's important is the validity of the point that's being made. But I don't know if that was what you were getting at, questions about people's background and experience.
Well, it was a bit more involved than that. It was there were questions that really weren't relevant to the inquiry. I mean, I quite agree with you that if it's relevant, then it's perfectly all right. But if it's not relevant, then I hope that you'll step in.
Well, I think it's certainly not it's not in my interests to hear irrelevant evidence, and it's not in my interests for inquiry sessions to go on longer than they need to. So yes, I certainly will look to close off any irrelevant lines of questioning.
Thank you.
Any other points at this stage? Ms. Spence.
I think that also the part of the point that Susan was making is related to the way the questions were addressed to us. We actually felt as though we were the criminals in the dock in a court of law. We're not in a court of law, and it wasn't actually the people taking part in the inquiry who made a complaint. It was people who are on this inquiry who were watching what was going on, and they were so appalled at the way we were treated that they made a complaint to the Air Clay inquiry. I mean, we, if we have contact with each other, that apparently was a crime, and it was really annoying. It made me very angry to see people being treated that way, people who have nothing to gain personally from taking part. They're not being paid, and they are supporting us out of the goodness of their hearts, and then they're treated as though they're criminals. And I really think that nobody wants that to happen again. So this is a really serious point. I think I made a point about that in my precognition as well. And this really is a very, very serious matter.
Well, thank you for those comments, and I'm sure the other parties have obviously heard those as well, and will hopefully take that on board. I mean, I would say that certainly formal inquiries can be, they have a formality to them. They have perhaps a robustness to them, which is, I'm afraid, an inevitable part of the process. And people's evidence and the points they make can need to be challenged robustly. But clearly, everyone needs to feel comfortable in the process, and questions should be asked accordingly. On the point of contact between witnesses, there's no difficulty with different witnesses talking to each other in the normal run of events. It's just that while a particular evidence session is underway, and while a particular witness is giving their evidence, then they shouldn't be receiving prompts or advice from other parties while their particular evidence is being given.
Yes, well, that was never the point of it. It was always something that happened several years ago, months ago, digging into the past of people who have quite legitimately done whatever they have done and been involved in whatever they've done, the applicant has always just thought that they can say, oh yes, we're a witness, we're an expert in this, so we're entitled to sort of attack you on things that we are not officially qualified to. And they seem to be getting away with that quite a lot.
Well, I'll certainly be alive to what you said as the inquiry goes on.
Thank
you. Any other initial points? Okay, then, if not, I'll conclude this preliminary session now. I think we might as well take a short break now, just for 5 minutes or so. So that's 10:36 now. Let's come back at 10:45, and we'll begin our first session of the inquiry dealing with wildland matters. So we'll just take a short comfort break, and I'll see you again at 10:45. Thank you. Okay then, welcome back everybody. Hopefully you can all still hear me, and welcome to this first session of the inquiry on landscape and visual impact. We've agreed to deal with the matters of wildland and nighttime impacts first. Hopefully we'll conclude the wildland issues hopefully today and deal with the nighttime impacts hopefully tomorrow. I suspect that might creep over into Wednesday, and then deal with the other landscape and visual matters on Wednesday and Thursday. So the evidence will be given in the following order. So on wildland, first we'll hear from James Welsh for the applicant, then Carol Anderson for the council and Nature Scott, and then Dr. Dave Gordon for Mountaineering Scotland. And I'm suggesting that we hear all of Dr. Gordon's evidence as part of this session, even though some of it does go beyond just the wildland area. Dr. Gordon, if you're there, can I just check that's okay with you?
Yes, I'm content to fit in wherever you wish me to, and it makes a lot of sense just to deal with my evidence in one block.
Yeah, I think that's easier. Yeah.
I may say if you're finding time tight today, then it would be, I think, equally appropriate for my evidence to be held over to the other landscape and visual session later on. But I just offer that to give you some flexibility.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, you're scheduled to be on last today, so we'll see how we go. Mr. Thompson, you're happy to deal with all of Mr. Gordon's evidence now? Yeah, good. Okay, then so that would be the wildland session, and then the aviation session. The order will be Mr. Welsh for the applicant, Mr. Van Hoogstraten for the applicant, and Ms. Mackenzie for the applicant. Then Carol Anderson again for the council and Nature Scott, Kel Kirkland for Glasgow Prestwick Airport, and Doug Fido for Glasgow Prestwick Airport. And then later in the week, when we come on to other landscape and visual matters, we'll be hearing again from James Welsh and Carol Anderson and from Pat Spence. And when it comes to cross-examination, the order will be the same. The applicant, then the council, Nature Scott, then Glasgow Prestwick Airport, and then the other parties. Those arrangements sound acceptable to everybody? Good. And any other questions on how this landscape and visual session will proceed? Good. Over to you then, Mr. Thompson, if you'd like to lead your first witness.
Yes, thank you, sir. The documents that I'll be looking at with Mr. Welsh are essentially his precognition, APP 1.1, which is his inquiry report. And I'll be looking at Annex 2, and in particular JW3 in Annex 2. Then CD 7.19 and 7.21. And Carol Anderson's wildland precognition, which has the number NS10. I think those are the principal documents we'll be looking at.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Welsh, I think that you're a chartered landscape architect, a fellow of the Landscape Institute, and a director of OPEN, which stands for, let me get this right, Optimized Environments Limited. We can find details of your relevant experience at Annex 1 to your inquiry report, which is APP 1.1. And can I take it that you adopt that report for the purposes of your evidence today?
Yes, that is the case.
And in that case, could I ask you please to begin reading your precognition at the last sentence of paragraph 1.1.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me? Thank you. I understand
yes, I can,
my
thank you.
Thank you, sir. I understand my duty to the inquiry and confirm that the opinions expressed throughout my evidence are my own and are professionally independent. South Ayrshire Council has objected to the Clauchrie Wind Farm Section 36 application on the basis of particular landscape and visual effects which it considers would have an unacceptable significant adverse impact upon landscape and visual amenity within its administrative area. Nature Scott has also objected in relation to the likely effects on the perceived wildness qualities in a part of Wildland Area Number 1, the Merrick. The Scottish ministers have appointed a reporter to hold an inquiry into the effects of the proposed development. My evidence to this session of the inquiry is concerned with landscape and visual matters relating to the construction and operation of the Clauchrie wind farm, comprising up to 18 turbines and associated infrastructure on National Forest Estate land, located approximately 5.5 kilometres northeast of the village of Bar Hill in South Ayrshire Council planning area, and that is the proposed development. My evidence responds to the reasons for objection A, B and C cited in the undated report of the SAC Regulatory Panel, as well as the objections received from Nature Scott, dated 28th May 2020, and its further clarification, dated 5th of August 2020. It also has regard to the responses of other organisations and individuals to the application, the third parties. Having reviewed the reasons for objection provided by SAC, as well as the objection of Nature Scott and the concerns of third parties, including the written submissions on wildland and residential amenity made by Mr. Shaw and others, I remain convinced that the effects of the proposed development are acceptable, insofar as the landscape and visual matters raised in these objections and responses are concerned. Section 2, Wildland Matters. I have reviewed the Council's and Nature Scott's joint evidence on wildland effects as set out in Carol Anderson's inquiry report NS9, and note that the differences between us are particularly narrow and relate to the assessment of visual and perceptual effects on two of the wildness qualities, that is wildness quality 3 and wildness quality 4, present in sub-area 1 of the WLA, that's the wildland area. Ms. Anderson finds significant effects on wildness qualities WQ3 and WQ4 in Table 1 of NS9, whereas in my assessment, the proposed development will only have a significant effect on WQ3. I consider that the proposed development will have no effect on the physical challenges that occur within the WLA under WQ4. Physical challenge is the focus in WQ4. Furthermore, I assess the magnitude of change on WQ3 to be lower than Ms. Anderson does, concluding medium as opposed to Ms. Anderson's high. In my opinion, high overstates the degree of change that the Clauchrie wind farm would introduce. The wildness context in which the change from the proposed development would be experienced is already subject to a considerable degree of diminution from other human influences, as set out in my inquiry report. The Nature Scott description for the WLA, which is CD 719, is also very clear in its description for WQ3 about the boundary of the wildland area being defined by the interface between moorland and forest, and I quote, "The surrounding large-scale forest plantations of mostly Sitka spruce are widely visible from the tops and from outward-facing slopes, providing evidence of contemporary land use. The dark green of the conifers contrasts with the light-coloured moorland hills, highlighting the limits of the WLA. This wildland area is unusual in my experience in that its boundary to the west is so clearly defined in this way. The proposed development would clearly be associated with the vast expanse of Sitka spruce forest that lies outside and beyond the WLA."
I'll just interrupt you there, please, Mr. Welsh. You referred to WQ3 and WQ4. Just to be clear about this, in CD 7.19, we don't find those numbers, but are you using them to refer to the the bold headings that we see in the text starting at page 3, which somewhat confusingly has a bullet point. There's another one on page 3. There's one on page 4. And the fourth one is on page 5.
Yes, that is correct, sir. And I think that is a point worth qualifying so that everybody is clear. When we refer to WQ1, it is the first item on page 3. WQ2 is the second heading on page 3, and so on. WQ3 is on page 4, and WQ4 is on page 5.
In that case, could I invite you please to read, I think, section 5 of your recognition, your conclusions.
I have carried out a detailed review of the landscape and visual evidence that is before this inquiry and have concluded that there are no landscape or visual effects that are of such significance that they render the Clauchrie wind farm unacceptable, either singly or cumulatively in landscape and visual terms. I set out in paragraph 12.1 of my inquiry report the fundamental factors that underpin the acceptability of the Clauchrie wind farm development. Having regard to these factors and the extensive mitigation that's been undertaken by the applicant, I consider that the Clauchrie wind farm has been carefully designed to respect its surroundings. What is of importance to an assessment of the acceptability of the wind farm is whether it will sit comfortably within the landscape and will not lead to unacceptable conflicts of scale or have overbearing effects on views from settlements and communities. I'm satisfied from my assessment that this will be the case at Clauchrie. I do not accept, therefore, that the reasons for objection put forward by South Ayrshire Council and Nature Scott and/or the concerns of other parties at the inquiry related to the Clauchrie wind farm are well founded in landscape and visual terms.
As well, I think there are a number of points arising from Ms. Carol Anderson's recognition that you'd like to address. And could I invite you to start by looking at her recognition and to comment on paragraph 2.2, which I think involves exploring the difference between her position and yours in relation to WQs 3 and 4.
Thank you. Yes, the principal difference between Carol Anderson's wildland assessment and my own relates to our findings in respect of wildness quality 4. I do not agree with Ms. Anderson that WQ4 is associated with getting away with it all, which was quoted in paragraph 2.2 of her recognition. I think it's helpful to look at the description, which is CD 719 on page 5. WQ4 is a rugged landscape that provides a surprisingly high degree of physical challenge. And scrolling down through the description, the emphasis is on the difficulty of the terrain, I would say. I can see steep slopes, limited number of access tracks or formal footpaths, steep climbs and big drops, high degree of physical challenge, climbing and scrambling, surprisingly challenging to cross on foot, time-consuming and potentially hazardous to cross, increasing the time taken to reach some parts of the interior. I do not see a description there of the sense of getting away from it all. It's about physical difficulty in accessing the wildland area, and the proposed development will not affect that quality, in my opinion.
And then paragraph 4.1. I think this is her concern about the Jenks mapping and how you've used it. Would you like to respond to that, please?
For the full context of my assessment of Jenks, I would draw the reporter's attention to my description of the mapping at paragraphs 9.84 to 9.86 of my inquiry report. And I think it might be helpful to go to those paragraphs. I've put in those 3 paragraphs my assessment of the Jenks analysis, and point I would make in response to Ms. Anderson's paragraph 4.1 is that I stand by my assertion that it's helpful to consider the significance of the perceptual effects on wildland quality 3 in sub-area 1, alongside the factual context presented by the entirely objective analysis carried out by SNH at the time through its Jenks mapping, as shown in JW3. And if I could ask you to take up JW3, sir.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay.
Thank you. What is shown in JW3 is obviously the Merrick wildland area outlined in blue, the red subdivisions of the 3 areas that we assess in the detailed assessment, and also the black line shows the administrative boundaries of South Ayrshire, East Ayrshire, and Dumfries and Galloway. And we can see from this that in sub-area 1, the majority of it is classified as classes 4, 5, and 6 of the Jenks mapping, with tiny areas of 7 and 8, which is the green and red seen near viewpoint 8, which is the Merrick summit. We can also see from this figure the relative wildness of the application site itself, which is mainly classes 3, 4, and 5. If we could go to CD 7.21, which is mapping, it's the methodology for the mapping of the wildness from June 2014, and go to paragraph 24.
Yeah, I'm there.
You're there. This sequence of paragraphs explains how the Jenks mapping was used in the phased process of mapping. So paragraph 24 tells us it was used to identify the natural breaks in the distribution of the relative wildness data, and it divided it into distinct classes, and we know that it divided it into 8 classes. If you go to paragraph 26, we can see from the second sentence that possible wildland areas were therefore required as a minimum to include class 8 and or class 7 cells. So they had to have those 2 classes to qualify, noting that this was not the full extent of wildland area, as it is a quality that augments progressively as you penetrate into wildland. And then down to paragraph 32, we can see from 32A that the areas of wildland contained considerable amounts of Jenks classes 7 and 8, and wildland would consist of those classes, but with the inclusion of 6 and 5, where these are part of and contribute to the wildland block as a whole. So in my assessment, sir, and with reference to that methodology, classes 5 and 6 reflect the buffer or transition into the core wildland area as demonstrated through classes 7 and 8. They're not illustrative, that is, classes 5 and 6 are not illustrative of the highest levels of wildness. And the reason for that is self-evident in wildness quality 3 in the description, the SNH description, which is all about the prevalence of human elements seen from the outward faces. And it's precisely because of those diminished wildness qualities or lower wildness qualities, which is due to visibility of forestry and wind farms, that an assessment of acceptability of the significant effects should have regard to. And that was the point I make that Ms. Anderson challenges in her recognition. If, for example, the effects were impacting classes 7 and 8 to the same extent as they are affecting 4, 5 and 6, then I would have expected that to attach greater weight in a planning assessment.
Could I ask you then, please, to move on to paragraph 4.2 in Ms. Anderson's recognition?
Yes, Ms. Anderson notes in 4.2 that the Jenks mapping is a statistical tool that formed only part of the analysis. And it's the map that has status that is recognised in the National Planning Framework and SPP. And I do not dispute the fact that the SPP attaches status to the map, and that includes the boundaries of the wildland areas, but it is relevant that the Jenks mapping directly informed the boundaries of the wildland area. It's not so much of a statistical tool, but a means to rationalise the layers of wildness data captured under the Phase 1 mapping by SNH into logical groupings, as we've just seen. The boundaries of the wildland area were drawn by hand by SNH officers on the basis of the Jenks classification. And that is relevant, I think, when trying to understand where the wildest land exists. Otherwise, why would the description for the Merrick draw attention to the parts of the wildland area where wildness qualities are more strongly defined? And for example, under wildness quality 3, it says that there is little visibility of human artifacts or contemporary land use from the central swathe of lower lying moorland and lochs, which consequently has a strong sense of remoteness and sanctuary. It is a very helpful tool in giving us an indication of the relative wildness of different parts of the wildland area.
And then could you move on to paragraph 4.3, please?
Yes, in paragraph 4.3 of Ms. Anderson's precognition, she raises the matter of sense of sanctuary, which I say is a particularly subjective matter. And Ms. Anderson suggests that I have misinterpreted sanctuary in the context of wildland areas, in that she says the sense of WLAs providing sanctuary is not in the physical sense, as in the terms of providing shelter or protection, but related more to a perception of respite from more urban environments. Ms. Anderson quotes from the 2020 guidance published by NatureScot for a definition of sanctuary, but I think there is scope to interpret it in other ways. And referring back to the description at CD 719, if we go to wildness quality 4, we can see that it says the limited number of access tracks or formal footpaths and the physical challenge required to reach parts of the interior results in a strong sense of remoteness and sanctuary. This clearly demonstrates that an interpretation of sanctuary may relate to physical challenge. It's also the case that under the description for wildness quality 3, a clear connection is made between the visibility of the wind farm and forestry from the elevated west-facing slopes, and linking that back to sanctuary, where it says, and I quote, operational wind farms can be seen from the Merrick and other tops, although most of these are too distant to impose noticeably upon the wildland qualities. They appear as obvious human artifacts, and some to the west are sufficiently close or extensive to be clearly visible, so reducing the sense of sanctuary. So in my opinion, sir, there is clearly scope for a range of perceptions to be contemplated when assessing the sense of sanctuary response.
In that case, could you move on then, please, to paragraph 4.4?
Yes, in paragraph 4.4 of her precognition, Miss Anderson addresses the value that should be attached to wildland areas and takes issue with the suggestion in my evidence that wildland areas are not valued as highly as national parks, and she refers to SPP in that regard. I do not dispute that wildland areas are considered to be nationally important, but it's self-evident from table 1 in SPP, and that's on page 39 of SPP. So it's evident from table 1 that they're not regarded as highly protected as national parks and national scenic areas. It might be just worthwhile getting page 39 up.
CD 4.1.
I'm familiar with that table.
I'm sure. You can see from that table that national parks and national scenic areas are classified as group 1s, where wind farms will not be acceptable. In contrast, wild land is included under group 2, where wind farms may be appropriate in some circumstances. Now, that approach is also reinforced in Nature Scott's own document, Spatial Planning for Onshore Wind Turbines, which is CD 7.6. I can quote from that, sir, to save you looking it up. It's Annex A, which I think is the final page of the document, notes that, quote, within local landscape designations and wild land areas, the degree of landscape protection will be less than for national scenic areas. In these areas, an appropriate objective may be to accommodate wind farms rather than seek landscape protection. So my response in relation to that point on value is that it's patently the case that wild land areas are less highly valued than national scenic areas. Ms. Anderson goes on in paragraph 4.4 to discuss an apparent contradiction in SPP between citing paragraph 200, and I would say to that whether or not there is a contradiction in SPP is a matter for David Bell to address for the applicant. My reading of paragraph 200 is that it relates to development within a wildland area. Clauchrie wind farm is clearly not within wildland, and paragraph 200 requires to be read with paragraph 215, which sets out how you approach the matter of wild land and where development is cited within it. 215 does not relate to Clauchrie wind farm.
Is there any guidance in SPP about development out with a wildland area?
None so clearly expressed as the protection for development within it, I would say.
And finally, could I ask you to comment on paragraph 4.5, please?
Yes, at paragraph 4.5 of Ms. Anderson's precognition, she comments on my approach in terms of integrity of wildland areas and advises that there is no policy support for applying a test of integrity. She also says that I identify various appeal decisions which support my views, but I do not balance those. I would say, sir, that I'm not aware of any decisions that indicate that my approach to assessing the integrity of wildland is unwise or unhelpful. And Ms. Anderson certainly does not cite any examples where integrity has been dismissed as such. And I would say, contrary to that, I think we can draw considerable support from the most recent decision relating to wildland, which was adopted by the reporters and Scottish ministers at Limekiln, which is APP 110. And I don't think we need to go there, but I can give you the paragraph references, which are 4.131 and 4.133. Finally, I would say, and there are other examples, for example, Whitelaw Bray, which I mention in my inquiry report at paragraph 9.98 of my inquiry report, the Whitelaw Bray decision, where reporters also took a view on integrity. In terms of Ms. Anderson's suggestion that I do not indicate examples of projects where my evidence has not been accepted, I would refer you to Annex 1 of my inquiry report, where I acknowledge this fact, and I identified 2 projects, Glenmorey and Carngorm, as examples of 2 wildland cases which were dismissed. Thank you.
I think just for the reporter's notes, the Limekiln 2 decision is APP 1.10. Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I turn then to Mr. Campbell? Do you have any questions for this witness, Mr. Campbell?
Thank you, sir. I do not.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Jack, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have some questions, sir.
I thought you might. Good. Let's hear them.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Welsh.
Good morning, Ms. Jack.
I thought it might be useful when we're starting. Oh, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. I can hear my own voice repeating. Will we try again? I think it's stopped now. I think maybe the reporter's mute button hadn't been on. That's fine. It's a little distracting and to hear your own voice. But I thought we might start by giving some context to what we're going to be discussing more fully this morning, Mr. Welsh, by looking at CD 1.2.3, which is a map showing environmental constraints in the wider area. This is CD 1.2.3, figure 3.2.
Thank you.
Have that. So I thought it might be useful just for us to look at what's shown on this map so that we all understand exactly what we're talking about, and you can perhaps help to talk us through that. So in looking at that map, I think if we start big and work our way in, we see an area shown in a sort of yellowy mustard colour, and that's the Galloway Dark Skies Park. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Welsh?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so that takes up about half of the right-hand side of the map, and the biosphere buffer zone is marked along the outer perimeter of that yellow area, shown in broken pink lining. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and then within that yellow area we have a peach coloured area, and am I right in thinking that's the Galloway Dark Skies Park core area?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and again, zoning in, the Merrick Wildland area shown within that Galloway Skies Dark Park core area, bounded by and hatched in purple. Is that right?
Yes, a diagonal hatch. That's the wildland area.
And perhaps maybe 70% of that Merrick Wildland area is also marked as being a site of special scientific interest, a special area of conservation and biosphere core area with various different other colours of hatching. Is that right?
Yes, it is quite complicated to make it out, but I accept that a sizable portion of the wildland area is an SAC or an SSSI.
And then we see the application to the west outlined in red.
Yes.
And residential properties within 2 kilometres of the application boundary are shown with small black triangles, and they're encircled in grey to denote the 1 kilometre residential property buffer. Is that right?
Yes.
And then for completeness, there's an overhead line and associated buffer area shown marked with a green area running diagonally across the map.
That's right.
And then finally, the National Air Traffic Scotland safeguarding zone is shown with aeroplane symbols at various points up towards the right-hand side along the top of that map.
Yes.
That's helpful just to settle in my own mind what we're talking about when we're looking at all of this. The next thing I just want as a kind of setting the scene of what the scope of what we're speaking about, I would refer just in passing, we don't think we need to go to them, but just the statements of agreed matters that have been entered into between the applicant and the council, and a separate one between the applicant and Nature Scot. Those record that there's no issue about the methodology that's been adopted by Open or yourself in the conduct of the LVIA on wild land. Is that right?
That's right.
And the divergence occurs in the area of professional judgment placed upon the weighting to be applied to specified factors upon the output of the application of that methodology in certain respects. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, as the differences between us relate to the findings that come from the application of that methodology.
That's helpful.
Sub-area 1.
So we have the same starting point in mind. So could I ask you then to start by looking at your precognition, paragraphs 2.1 to 2.3, and it's probably also helpful for you to have CD 7.19 available.
I have that. Thank you.
So you have in your precognition at paragraph 2.1 that the differences between your own position and that of Carol Anderson are particularly narrow. I think that's a fair assessment, and they relate to the assessment of visual and perceptual impact effects on 2 of the wildness qualities 3 and 4, which you've already referred to in your evidence in chief as being those third and fourth headings within the description of wildland that we see in 7.19. And we're focused here on sub-area 2 of the Merrick wildland area, covering the western slopes and high ridge of the Awful Hand. Is that correct?
Sub-area 1.
Sorry, did I say 2? Sorry, yes, sub-area 1.
Yes, sub-area 1.
And
The area
the
with the
particular areas of difference, I think we can identify as being that Carol Anderson, within her report, finds significant effects on wildness qualities 3 and 4, whereas you say the proposed development will only have a significant effect on wildness quality 3. Is that right?
Yes, in the assessment carried out by Open, we scoped out wildness qualities 2 and 4, and we assessed in detail wildness qualities 1 and 3, and we found a significant effect in wildness quality 3.
And you assess the magnitude of change on wildness quality 3 to be medium, as opposed to Miss Anderson's assessment of high.
That's correct.
And you've already touched in your evidence in chief on this as well in relation to wildness quality 4. You think physical challenge is the focus of wildness quality 4, and the proposed development will have no effect on that, whereas Ms Anderson sees a diminution in the sense of fulfilment of getting away from it all associated with the physical challenge of walking in the hills within the wildland area. Does that cover that?
Yes, that's a fair presentation of it.
Okay. So just looking briefly at CD 7.19, the full description of the Merrick wildland area. I know you've set out excerpts from that within your wildland assessment at CD 1.5.7, but probably more helpful just to have a quick look at this full text. The first few lines of that in short capture that this is the most southerly of only 3 wildland areas to the south of the Highland boundary fault, all of which are relatively isolated and small in extent. Mentions that it includes the central area of the Galloway Forest Park and consists of steep hills, including Merrick, which is a cobbit, and the highest mainland hill in the south of Scotland, forming part of a ridge collectively known as the Awful Hand. I know, Mr. Welsh, that you have some comment on the extent to which some aspects of the description of the wildland area remain accurate in light of wind farms that have been built or consented. But the statement of agreed matters with Nature Scott records at paragraph 3.5 that you're in agreement that the description of the description in CD 7.19 sets out the relevant baseline conditions related to wildland at the inquiry. So that's our starting point there, I think. You're not suggesting, for example, that fundamentals such as the first part of that description that I've just read out has changed since it was written, or that there's been so much change that the description should just be disregarded, are you?
No, I haven't suggested that, and I do consider that 719 provides a reasonably accurate assessment of the baseline, subject to the caveat that clearly further forest activities have taken place, forestry activities, and further wind farms have become operational since the description was written. Okay,
that's really helpful. And so, am I also right in thinking then that when the description goes on, and we've already looked at the map, when it says that there are few signs of human artefacts or contemporary land use within the wildland area, which is uninhabited, you agree that that's still the position within the wildland area?
Yes, I'm happy to accept that. Clearly, the wildland area is influenced by what you can see looking out from it. So in terms of perception, I would say that the interior part of the wildland area has greater display of wildness qualities than the fringes.
Okay, that's useful just to understand that as our starting point. Could I ask you to turn to CD 2.1.28, which is Nature Scots consultation response dated 28th May 2020. You have that?
I have that.
Okay. And within that, we see under the heading the Merrick Wildland Area on page 1 in the summary section, Nature Scots saying that the scale and location of the turbines would result in a distinct step change in the proximity, prominence and visual intrusion of wind farm development, resulting in significantly adverse effects on the sense of remoteness and sense of sanctuary as defined in the description for Wildland Area 1 Merrick Quality 3. Therefore, we object to this proposal. And can I just cover off with you, following on from that at page 2, where Nature Scots sets out that wildland areas are the most extensive area of high wildness in Scotland and are identified in PF3 as nationally important asset that merits strong protection. You covered this briefly in your evidence in chief. I just want to check that you don't disagree with that statement. Oh, Mr. Welsh might have disappeared. Give him a moment, see if he comes back.
Mr. Welch, are you still with us?
So a little technical difficulty.
Yes, I suppose it's inevitable that we'd encounter this at some point, but I was hoping we could at least get through the first hour. So
I'm also going to have to switch my camera off for a second because my laptop screen has decided that half of it has disappeared. So I just need to close my laptop lid and reopen. I am still here, but I need to do that to get the screen to work again. If you give just a moment.
fine. I think we'll just wait for a few minutes and just see if Mr. Welsh comes back. So I'm not adjourning the meeting, but we'll just wait for a few minutes. Mr. Campbell, I don't know if you can get in contact with Mr. Welsh and find out what's happening. Sorry, not Mr. Mr. Thompson, I mean.
Mr. Thompson and Mr. Welsh may be working from the same link because they
Yes,
appear to be switching.
I can't see his name either. Or if any other representatives of the applicant are with us, then if they could try and find out what's happening.
Hi there, this is Ryan McPhee from Scottish Power Renewables. It's just to let you know that we're having some technical difficulties just now and they're just being sorted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McPhee. Any idea how long that will take, or?
We're just checking just now. So I'm working from a separate location, but I can receive messages, so I'll keep you updated, okay?
Okay, thank you. We'll just hold on for a few more minutes.
Right, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Welsh, can you hear?
I can hear you, Ms. Jack. Yes. Sorry, we lost you there.
No, don't worry about it.
I think you better repeat the question, Ms. Jack.
I was referring you to page 2 of CD 2.1.28.
Yes, I have that.
And Nature Scot is setting out there that wild land areas are the most extensive areas of high wildness in Scotland and are identified in NPF 3 as a nationally important asset that merits strong protection. And I just wanted to check that you didn't disagree with that statement.
I do not disagree with that statement, but it is also the evidence that we have is that wind farm development can coexist satisfactorily alongside and in some cases within wildland. And I would just refer the reporters to my figure JW4 for 9 examples where wind farms have either been consented within or adjoining wildland, or indeed where wildland boundaries were drawn right up to operational wind farms. So yes, the national planning framework provides that context, but that does not prohibit wind farm development.
And so it doesn't prohibit it. It can occur in certain instances where it's appropriate, and it's obviously for the reporter in this instance to determine whether it would be appropriate in this particular instance.
Yes, of course.
I wonder if on mute, I'm getting that repetition of my voice in my ear at the moment. We'll keep going. Again,
it's not me. I've been on mute. I don't know if it's Mr. Welsh.
sorry. I was hearing it from somewhere, but it seems to have stopped now in any event, so that's fine. Still staying with CD 2.1.28, Nature Scot also notes this particular wildland area's sensitivity as one of South Scotland's few remaining undeveloped upland areas. Do you agree that that's the case, Mr. Welsh?
Yes, it is. It is a factual that it's one of 3 in southern Scotland, and that also it's one of Scotland's smaller ones.
Okay, so that was something else I just wanted to check with you, that you agree that this wildland area is relatively small in extent. That's something that Ms. Anderson had commented upon in her precognition.
Yes, I don't dispute that.
Okay, looking at your precognition at paragraph 2.4, you say that the wildland area is defined by sorry, two seconds, I just need to get that correct paragraph in front of me. There we go. So the description published by Nature Scot, which is 7.19, describes the wildland areas being defined by extensive commercial forestry. And I see in paragraph 2.4 you're using the word vast rather than extensive. Are you seeking to quantify vast as being bigger than extensive, or why the choice of that different word?
I wasn't seeking to qualify. The point I'm making is that the forest that it looks out on is one of the largest. I think it is the largest forest in Scotland, and it covers a vast area. But between extensive and vast, I don't see a great deal of difference there.
Okay. One might suggest that if this small wildland area is already surrounded by extensive or even vast forest, that perhaps that could be all the more reason to conserve the qualities of this small precious area of wild land from much larger scale and intrusive human influences such as this proposal. What would you say to that, Mr. Welsh?
I think every development has to be considered on its own merits, and you have to have regard to the description of the wildland area. That's an integral part of an assessment of any development that may affect it from outside. And in this case, we have a quite unusual situation where the wildness qualities are derived from the human influences that are seen particularly from sub-area 1, being forestry and wind farms. That is wildness quality 3 is defined by those external human influences. So in my mind, that helps in terms of the assimilation of the development into its site and that their relationship with the wildland area. Conversely, once you cross the Merrick ridgeline, the strongest or the best expressed areas of wildness can be experienced without that influence. So in that sense, I think that sub-area 1 is very much a transition from the strongly human managed landscape of the forest into the wildland area where wildness qualities are best expressed. So it's a transitional zone, and that's also expressed in the Jenks mapping that we looked at.
And so are you suggesting that because we already have these human influences that we should just keep adding more of them, and that's fine because it forms part of the description?
No, that's not the assessment I've made at all. But it is a factor that cannot be avoided when you are assessing the additional influence of the proposed development on the wildness qualities. Evidence of human interaction, human management of the landscape is one of the defining characteristics of sub-area 1, and we will intensify that, but I don't say that's a free for all.
Okay, so intensification is fine, but we can't just keep piling them on in there indefinitely.
I wouldn't make a statement. I would not make a statement like that.
Can we have a look at your inquiry report, Mr. Welsh? And in particular, let's start at paragraph 9.11. Your inquiry report is document APP 1.1.
Thank you. I have 9.11.
You're noting there that your fieldwork was undertaken in clear conditions with excellent visibility. So you picked a good day or a good set of days to do your fieldwork. I would expect, Mr. Welsh, that most people getting out into the hills would look for good days to do that. But I've noticed that whilst you had excellent visibility, in LVI, the LVIA, which is CD 1.1.7, when at page 52, which is the assessment of magnitude of change for viewpoint 8, Merrick, there's a statement in support of the magnitude of change within there, down at the bottom of the bullet points. The magnitude of change to the view is being assessed as medium, and that bullet point towards the bottom says the changes resulting from the proposed development are restricted to a limited number of days with clear visibility conditions with cloud-free summits. Extensive cloud formation around the mountain summit elevations is common and frequently restricts visibility from this viewpoint. Now, it might be suggested that the LVIA is perhaps downplaying the effects of the proposal due to supposed frequency of cloud on the summit. Might it not be the case that, like you, most walkers would choose to climb the Merrick and other hills in days where there were good conditions?
I don't think that's what the LVIA is saying, though. The LVIA assesses the worst case, which is clear visibility, and it is making a statement that clear visibility isn't always a characteristic of the summits, and that doesn't have, I would just like to clarify, that doesn't mean that the magnitude of change is therefore diluted or reduced as a consequence of that. I prefer to climb hills in clear weather. I would have thought most people would prefer that, and that's why we always assess the worst case of clear visibility.
Would you accept also that it's not just from the summits that the proposal is visible, and that the visibility is extensive from the approach paths up the Merrick and Shalloch on Minnoch?
Yes, not all parts of the approach to the Merrick are within visibility, but certainly when you get up to the shoulder before Ben Yellery, I accept that you would see it from there. Again, in the context described in the wildland description of other human influences. It is also seen on the approach to Shalloch on Minnoch.
Okay. So just looking at the following paragraph in your report 9.12, you say there that the likely effects of the proposal, but you're talking about the likely effects of the proposal on the wild land area, and you're describing the vast sense of scale. I wondered about that. The description that we referred to at the outset, we've already spoken about it at CD 7.19, describes the wild land area as being small in extent. And you say yourself later on in your inquiry report, I think at paragraph 3.19, that this is not a wild-land area where the perception of wildness qualities extends beyond its boundaries, as is commonly the case in the Highlands. And so, whilst I might expect you to use a term such as vast sense of scale in relation to more extensive wildland areas in the northwestern Highlands, I perhaps wouldn't expect that here. Can you maybe develop that, explain it to me, please?
Certainly from those summits, from Ben Yellery, from the Merrick, from Shalloch on Minnoch, you get a vast sense, not just of the wildland area, but more importantly, looking out west, you get a sense of vastness to this forested carpet that stretches out almost indefinitely into the middle distance. It's I think vast is a fair descriptor for the experience you get from the summit. You don't. I do not think you get the sense at the top that this is a tiny wildland area. It's a big landscape, and certainly the land uses that you look out on this forest is vast is a fair term to describe it.
Okay, that's useful to understand. Can we have a look at paragraph 9.33 in your inquiry report?
Yes, I have that.
I am cross-referencing CD 1.5.7 here, but I'm not sure that you necessarily need that in front of you. But you're listing 27 operational or consented wind energy developments within 20 kilometres of the Merrick Wildland Area at Table 1 in this paragraph 9.33. That's an increase. I think you've listed 13 in the table that you had in CD 1.5.7. Just for notes, that's at page 9, figure TA 6.3-3. But sticking with your inquiry report, you go on to say at 9.34, it can be seen from this list that the proposed development would be the closest wind farm to the Merrick Wildland Area and also the tallest at 200 metres to blade tip, but would not introduce a new or unfamiliar form of human influence seen from our experience in the context of the wildland area. A few questions arising from that. Can or will all 27 operational or consented wind energy developments in your list be seen from the wildland area?
Certainly a large number of them. If you've, I have not identified any in this list that I could not see. The wirelines are helpful if we want to go to any of the viewpoints and check, but certainly I've seen windy standard from the wildland area, so we're getting down to 17 kilometres. You will certainly see Chapelton. So I can't categorically say you will see all of them from all locations, but certainly the I would say the ones under 15 kilometres or so are readily discernible.
I had understood, Mr. Welsh, that, for example, Torres Hill, which would be the closest one under construction about 6 kilometres away, isn't visible from the wildland area due to screening effects from the high ridge of Rins of Kells.
I'm very happy to go to the visualizations and have a look through.
Do you want to
those
let
two
me know which
turbines
visualization you would find helpful?
I've gone to viewpoint 13 at Shallock-on-Minnoch just to have a look.
Which document are you looking at, Mr. Welsh?
Beg your pardon, CD 1.4.13. You can't see it from Shallock-on-Minnoch. Bearing in mind it's 2 turbines we're talking about. I don't think it has a particularly material influence with that number of turbines.
It was considered to form part of the baseline in the LVIA.
I'm sorry, I only got half your question there.
Sorry, Torres Hill turbines are considered to form part of the baseline in the LVIA, I think.
Oh yes, I'm not suggesting they shouldn't, but
Right.
I accept that from the viewpoints that we've got in the wildland area, the particular ones we've chosen in consultation with Nature Scott and South Ayrshire, you cannot see those 2 turbines at Torres Hill from the specific viewpoints, but I cannot qualify that and say from nowhere in the wildland area will you see Torres Hill. it's perfectly, it's quite right that they're included within the cumulative baseline.
But all of the wind farms that are in your list, they don't all have the same impact or potential impact on the wildland area. That's not what you're suggesting.
I'm certainly not suggesting they all have the same impact. Two turbines will have a very different impact to 96 in the case at Kilgalloch, for example.
And they're not all visible to the same extent from within the wildland area. It differs from wind farm to wind farm, how visible they are from within the wildland area.
I would say that the material ones are readily visible from within the wildland area, and you only need to go to the Merrick viewpoint, which is CD 1.4.8, to look at the cumulative wire lines, and that gives a very clear impression of the amounts of these developments you might generally expect to see from within the wildland area. Suggesting you see all of them all of the time, but these developments have a very clear potential to affect the baseline wildness qualities.
But just to clarify, in your report, you haven't specifically mentioned the extent and degree of visual intrusion of any of these developments on the wildland area, or sought to justify the inclusion of the list within your report.
I think the list is very helpful in demonstrating the degree to which wind farms influence, take for example, wildness quality 3. And that's all I'm seeking to do. I haven't quantified the impact from each one. We have the wire lines, cumulative wire lines, which very helpfully illustrate that for each of the representative viewpoints.
Just so that I can understand what we're to take from the table in your report, I was looking down at Windy Standard 3, which you had mentioned, and you list in your table that has a blade height of between 1.25 and 1.775 metres, and that's 14.5 kilometres away from the wildland area. Now, I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that this is actually only visible from within the wildland area at distances beyond 17.5 kilometres and over 20 kilometres from the Merrick. Is that correct? I'm just trying to work out what the limitations that we might need to place upon just looking at your table on its own in your report to understand properly the influence and visibility of some of these other wind farms.
If you take, for example, the hill of Mulwaka, viewpoint 11, CD 1.4.11, the cumulative wireline shows that you can see Windy Standard 3 from a location within the wildland area.
And is that at the distance of 14.5 kilometres, or is that further away?
No, because table 1 very clearly says it's the distance is provided to the edge of the wildland area.
So the actual visibility isn't necessarily the same distance as in the table. It might be a greater distance.
Well, if you stood on the edge of the, we don't have a wireline for the edge of the wildland area, but and Milwaukee is a fairly suitable location at which to see it. But I can't tell you that at 14.51 kilometers whether you will see windy standard 3 or not, and I don't see how anybody could without a wireline taken on the boundary. That's not really the point I'm seeking to make. With wildland, I'm seeking to point out how close other operational and consented development is to the wildland area.
Okay. And can we at a most general level also take from your table that this proposal, the Clauchrie proposal, is both closer and taller than anything currently built or consented?
I've acknowledged that.
And would you acknowledge also then that when Nature Scott say in their consultation response of the 28th of May last year, they described the proposal as being a step change in the proximity, prominence and visual intrusion of wind farm development? They weren't really wrong, were they?
In respect of this wildland area, I clearly accept that Clauchrie is both the closest, or would be the closest and tallest development. Therefore, it may be reasonable to say that that is a step change. However, you need to also consider other examples of wildland area and wind farm development, and JW4 demonstrates that turbines have been consented almost on the boundaries of wildland areas, and that would represent a much larger physical element than a turbine at 5.6 kilometers. So relatively
obviously
speaking,
sorry, carry on. So I was just going to say, but obviously those that you're referring to are for other wildland areas. We're looking specifically at this one at Clauchrie. Could I ask you to move forward in your recognition to paragraph 3.37? Just a small point.
37.
9.37.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, again here you're referring to massive geographical spread of forestry, and we've already touched on this, and you're painting a picture of the vast expanse, largest forestry area in Scotland, I think you described it as. Do you accept, Mr. Welsh, that there is a big difference between commercial forestry and a wind farm comprising of 200-metre tall turbines in terms of effects on wild land qualities?
I accept that there is a difference in visual impact from a wind farm, a commercial wind farm, and from commercial forestry. But in terms of wild land, both are excluded from the wildland area boundaries that Nature Scott or SNH defined. And I would have to say that the land use that commercial forestry presents is, I think I put in my evidence, is the antithesis of wildland in terms of perception of ground cover land use. So both wind farms and forestry are incompatible with wild land, and hence it's unusual to find either included within the boundaries.
Okay, just moving on a little in your inquiry report, looking at paragraphs 9.41 to 9.43. We're looking at we're looking at in a you've identified that assessing effects on wild land, GLVIA 3 should be applied. That's document CD 7.1. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And that requires the value and susceptibility to be established. Nature Scot considers that wildland areas should be accorded a high value, being recognised in NPF 3 as nationally important. We've touched on this a little already, Mr. Welsh. And I think you mentioned in your evidence in chief, referenced SPP paragraph 200, which had been drawn out by Ms. Anderson. And that paragraph, again, just to recap, says that wild land character is displayed in some of Scotland's remoter upland, mountain and coastal areas, which are very sensitive to any form of intrusive human activity and have little or no capacity to accept new development. So I think if we're right, we're recognising that a wild land area in terms of the policy may have no capacity. That's a possibility. It may have no capacity to accept a wind farm or any other development. Is that right, Mr. Welsh, as a starting point?
I would just start by saying we're not seeking to put a development in a wild land area. We're seeking to put a development outside a wild land area, and therefore different policy tests apply. Is my understanding. You said in at the start of your question to me that Nature Scot says the value should be high. I am not aware of what publication Nature Scot has put that in. I can read SPP, and I've read SPP, and I've read also Nature Scot's own documents, guidance on natural heritage considerations, and neither says that it should be valued at the highest level. What both of those documents tell me.
So I should perhaps have said, I think Miss Anderson for Nature Scot considers that the wildland areas should be accorded a high value. Sorry, that's my omission there.
She does, and I don't agree with her. I mean, I don't think it is right to attribute the same value to wildland as we attribute to national scenic areas or national parks. And I've set out and said in my chief why I think that's the case.
Just to further develop that a little, what would you say if it was suggested that you might be conflating value and importance with policy objectives, perhaps when you're citing SPP and the SNH Nature Scot's spatial planning document in attributing the value of the wildland area as medium high rather than high as Ms. Anderson for Nature Scot has done?
I mean, we have to exercise professional judgment when we're undertaking an assessment, and attributing value is an important part of sensitivity. I think that the very fact that Nature Scot has given us guidance saying that an appropriate objective may be to accommodate wind farms, and that's in its CD 4.13 suggests to me it's not valued quite as high as a national scenic area. We've pulled it one notch down. We haven't suggested it's of a low value. Medium high is still a high value. It's just not as high as a national designation, nationally important designation, such as NSA. And I just can't see why that doesn't sits very comfortably, that assessment sits very comfortably with SNH's own guidance.
It comes down to a difference in professional judgment between yourself and Ms. Anderson in the application of that guidance.
It seems to.
Could we move a little further forward in your inquiry report to paragraph 7.47, and we'll still stick with GVLEI 3, core document 7.1.
I don't have a 7.47.
Sorry, 7.1. Oh, I'm referring you to within your inquiry report, paragraph 7.47.
I don't have a 7.47 in my inquiry report.
Sorry, 9.47. Do apologise.
Thank you.
CD 7.1.
That.
In relation to susceptibility of receptors within wildland, I think you're saying that the Clauchrie wind farm can only affect the perception of physical attributes present within the wildland area, which is a visual. Is that right?
Yes, what we say in the main assessment is that it's difficult. It's actually a difficult applying GLVIA to the matter of susceptibility, because the criteria that you apply to when assessing susceptibility in, say, a view or a landscape receptor applies a different set of factors to wild land, and I can take you to that if need be in CD 1.5.7 where we say that. But what we do therefore say is that it's the wildness qualities that should help to direct us to an assessment of susceptibility.
Perhaps just looking at GLVIA 3 at CD 7.1, paragraph 5.4, which is electronic page 46. If you're working from a hard copy, it's page 74.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's setting out that landscape character assessments, which form the basis for landscape and visual impact assessments, should identify and describe the aesthetic and perceptual aspects of the landscape, such as, for example, its scale, complexity, openness, tranquility, or wildness. And there are a couple of other references within GLVIA 3 to the need to consider aesthetic or perceptual aspects as part of landscape impact assessment. Just again for notes, that's paragraphs 5.34 and 5.40. So I wonder then, in light of that, Mr. Welsh, could it be said that in restricting yourself to visual matters, is that taking too limited an approach when GLVIA 3 is referring to the aesthetic and perceptual aspects?
Well, that part of GLVIA 3 is dealing with landscape character assessment. It's not dealing with wildness assessment. And I think what I say in 949 is that we do base susceptibility on the wildland area descriptions, which cover exactly that. They cover the perceptual aspects of the physical attributes present in wildland. So I don't really think there's any discord there.
Okay. Again, just for my own clarity, looking at paragraph 9.49, you've commented that Nature Scots 2020 guidance doesn't provide any advice as to how this aspect of GLBI 3 should be accommodated or reconciled. And you go on, in the absence of this and because of Nature Scots' approach rely upon GLBI 3, the approach to susceptibility relies on, to a large extent, on the perceptions recorded in the wildland area descriptions, as well as in individual assessments, and susceptibility is explicitly particular to the area, whereas for LVIA, it is often more generic and set out in GLBI 3 for use everywhere. Now, I confess I struggled a little bit with this paragraph of your report, and I wonder if we can just go through a few questions, and it might help me just to get a better understanding of what you're saying. So am I correct in understanding that GLBI 3 provides guidance on the principles of LVIA?
Yes, but written at a time before we had wildland assessment.
And GLBIA outlines LVIA methodology, but doesn't provide a level of detail that could be applied in every situation that may occur when assessing development. So it's sort of high-level methodology.
It provides guidance on how to approach assessment.
So
it's a fairly broad guidance, but much is left to the individual assessor. I'm not seeking to criticise GLBIA 3 here. What I'm just saying is that we have little guidance in GLBIA 3 of how to assess the perceptual judgments that we make on wildness qualities, because it was written at a time that no such approach was required.
Are you suggesting that you need guidance from Nature Scot on how to define susceptibility within wildland areas?
I think that would have that could be more could have been more helpful. What I'm saying is that in the absence of GLBA guidance and in the absence of Nature Scot guidance, we have taken a professional view that we should base our assessment of susceptibility largely on the wildness quality descriptions.
Okay, and
because they are about perceptual responses.
So should we understand that the published land area descriptions are similar to landscape character assessments, which commonly form the starting point for defining baseline for landscape impact assessments as part of an LVIA?
Yes, you could put it that way, or they are akin to a citation which identifies special qualities within a designated landscape normally. So they have some similarity to citations.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm afraid I was really struggling to understand what you were saying right at the end of your paragraph at 9.49. So can you maybe explain to me what you mean when you're talking about generic nature of LVIA in respect of susceptibility there?
What I'm saying is, if we were assessing effects on a character type that perhaps covered a large geographical area, we would afford it susceptibility, which would apply across the whole of that character type when we carried out the assessment. I don't think that works quite so well when it comes to wild land, because susceptibility is very much driven by what you can see from different parts of the wildland area. So it would be a mistake to attribute susceptibility to the whole of the wildland area, which is what you would do for landscape character assessment. That's
Okay.
trying to make there. I'm sorry it wasn't clearer.
No, that's really helpful. I see what you're saying now, so thank you very much for that. I think Ms Anderson takes the view that an assessment of the impacts of a development on wildland is similar to a landscape impact assessment undertaken as part of an LVIA. Is that something that you can agree on with her? Yeah,
I agree. It is that the approach we've both taken is largely consistent with GLVIA 3. The only point I'm making here is that it's we don't have a great deal of guidance on how to attribute susceptibility, which is a different matter when you're dealing with wildness qualities. That's my comment here.
But you're both agreeing then that broadly what's required is a consideration of the key characteristics of the landscape and perceptual responses to that landscape when you're judging susceptibility, in line with the guidance in GLVIA 3.
Yes, but we don't assess the key when undertaking a wildness assessment. We don't assess the key characteristics. That's very much a landscape character approach. We assess the wildness qualities that have been identified for the particular area. I don't see a great deal of difference between our respective approaches.
So just to sum up then, would it be correct to say that when considering susceptibility as part of a landscape impact assessment, this will necessarily be explicitly particular to the area, as you put it in paragraph 9.49, and in that respect you're referencing back to the descriptions, the published descriptions of the wildland area?
Fair.
That I think is a really helpful clarification. It certainly helped me quite a lot, Mr. Welsh. So thank you for bearing with me on that front. Can we jump forward in your report to paragraph 9.80? In this paragraph, you're addressing a sense of sanctuary. You've already referenced this in your evidence in chief, but perhaps we could just have a quick look at this again. So you saw within her precognition, Ms Anderson was saying at paragraph 4.3 in her precognition that she was concerned that you may have misunderstood the concept of sanctuary in terms of wild land. And I just wanted to clarify with you that having had the opportunity to consider what Ms Anderson has said, whether you feel that you could agree that the appropriate definition of a sense of sanctuary or solitude is that found in Nature Scots guidance on assessing impacts on wild land areas, which is CD 7.22. And just for ease of reference, that definition is the perception of separation from the modern world, isolation or distance from disturbance that engenders feelings of respite or tranquility that enables a focus on the natural or semi-natural setting.
I I don't dispute that that is what is said in that document and given as a definition, but you need to see how Nature Scott has applied it in reality to get a full appreciation of that. And that was the point I made earlier, because under, for example, wildness quality 3 in CD 719, we're told that the visibility of human artifacts can reduce the sense of sanctuary. And the point I'm making in 980 there is that the elevated ridgeline and tops of sub-area 1 have a low sense of sanctuary because of that characteristic. Because of the visible human artifacts. And I had read from Miss Anderson's recognition that she took issue with the assessment I'd made in 9.80. But I'm looking at what's written in the description.
Well, I think we can readily identify this as a point of difference between yourself and Miss Anderson, and Miss Anderson no doubt can give some further explanation in her evidence in relation to this point that might help the reporter in the fullness of time as well. Can I raise something else with you, Mr. Welsh? Another point of difference between yourself and Miss Anderson that was again touched on earlier, and this is in relation to what Miss Anderson was saying in her recognition at paragraph 2.2 in relation to wildland quality 4. That this is referencing the diminution in the sense of fulfilment of getting away from it all, which is associated with the physical challenge of walking within the hills of the wildland area. Again, you have given some views already on this morning. Can I just reference you back to CD 7.19 and the description in wildland quality 4, which is under the heading "A rugged landscape that provides a surprisingly high degree of physical challenge." The words immediately underneath that heading are that these hills are very rugged and awe-inspiring, with steep slopes, areas of exposed rock and some crags, more akin to a highland landscape, but within a lowland context. The number of access tracks or formal footpaths and the physical challenge required to reach parts of the interior results in a strong sense of remoteness and sanctuary. So, is this not about the range of perception that you referred to in your evidence in chief? The experience from the rugged landscape, not just about physical challenge?
Well, I read that last, I think I read that last sentence, or I take from it something slightly different to you. It says very clearly that the limited number of access tracks or formal footpaths and the physical challenge required to reach parts of the interior results in a strong sense of remoteness and sanctuary. I agree that the interior displays a strong sense of remoteness and sanctuary. We've already learnt from 719 that the experience of wind farms and forestry from sub-area 1 reduces the sanctuary. So it follows that to get into the interior of this wild land area is going to be physically very challenging, and but that's where you will find the highest levels of sanctuary.
And looking beyond simply the sense of sanctuary, going back to Ms. Anderson's getting away from it all comment, are the words awe-inspiring in the opening words of the description relevant in that connection? That's a perception, isn't it, rather than a physical experience of you know, walking in terms of physical exertion. It's an emotional response. It's something more than just the physical, I would think.
Yes, I think we haven't. It's the first time today we've talked about the words awe-inspiring, and that wasn't in Miss Anderson's precognition. But awe-inspiring is an emotional response to the landscape, and but that is. I don't think that's necessarily about getting away from it all. I think awe-inspiring is about your appreciation of the majesty of the rugged landscape.
Again, I think we can simply identify this as an area of difference between yourself and Miss Anderson that the reporter will no doubt hear a little more from Miss Anderson on, but that's useful just to explore that a little with you, Mr. Welsh. Thank you. Could we have a look at paragraph 9.84 and 9.85 of your inquiry report next? And this is where you're looking at Jenks mapping analysis, and this has been touched upon already this morning in your evidence in chief. As you've already highlighted in the discussion with Mr. Thompson earlier, Ms Anderson has raised concerns at paragraph 4.1 and 4.2 of her precognition that there may be a misunderstanding arising in relation to the assertion that you make that Jenks mapping analysis found that the western flank of the Merrick wildland area fell below the minimum required to define wildland and that this should therefore have an influence on the acceptability of the effects of the proposal. So a couple of questions in relation to this, if I may. Do you accept as a starting point on this, Mr. Welsh, that the Jenks mapping is a statistical tool that formed only part of the analysis that led to the identification of wildland areas, and that it's the 2014 wildland map that has policy status and recognition in NPF3 and SPP?
I agree that it's the map that has status in SPP, but we wouldn't have the map were it not for the Jenks analysis that led to the boundaries in the map. So I think it's a mistake to dismiss Jenks as perhaps a peripheral part of the exercise. It was a wholly integral part of the exercise in identifying wildland area boundaries.
And can you agree with Ms Anderson's view that it's not unusual for the outer edges of wildland areas to be more influenced by built infrastructure and land uses such as forestry and farming?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? Could you just repeat that, please?
Yeah. Can you agree with Ms Anderson's view that it is not unusual for the outer edges of wildland areas to be more influenced by built infrastructure and land uses such as forestry and farming?
I don't think that's just Ms Anderson's view. I think that is a trait of wildland areas, and that's why we have the Jenks mapping tells us classes 4 and 5 on the western flank of this wildland area. It is precisely because of those external influences, and that's why I referred to it as a transitional part of the WLA.
So from that, can we take that a lower score in Jenks mapping analysis, particularly around a periphery, shouldn't have a bearing on the acceptability, well, shouldn't have a bearing on the fact that the whole of a wildland area is important, and shouldn't therefore have a bearing on the acceptability of the effects of a development of this nature?
I personally, for my professional opinion, is that it is very helpful to look at the Jenks mapping so that you can understand the relative wildness, the relative strength of wildness within the wildland area boundary, because that in turn tells you how strongly expressed the wildness qualities are in a particular area. It's very clear from NatureScot's methodology that areas of lower wildness were brought into the wildland area boundary. I've used the term a buffer. It's like an inbuilt buffer, but it's a recognition that there is a gradual transition into the areas where wildness qualities are most strongly displayed. I don't dispute that, but I think it is helpful for the reporter to understand the relative wildness within the margins of the wildland area when considering the acceptability of this development proposal.
And in that respect, in terms of the reporter having a full understanding across the area, do you accept when Miss Anderson notes that the area around the Merrick and Carridio Hill summits, which also lie within sub-area 1, scored more highly in the Jenks mapping analysis, and that the experience of the wildland qualities from this area would be significantly affected by the proposal, looking at those?
I accept that parts of sub-area 1 in Dumfries and Galloway, including the Merrick summit, record as Jenks classes 7 and 8, which is the classification required as a minimum. And that's why my reference in 9.84 was found to be below the minimum required. The minimum required is 7 and 8. And there is 7 and 8 at the summit of the Merrick, where we have recorded a significant visual effect from the proposed development. It is clearly shown on JW3.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Can we move forward again in your inquiry report to paragraph 9.87? You open that paragraph saying no two projects are the same. Do you accept also that no two wildland areas are the same?
Yes, no two wildland areas are identical. But the principle of an assessment of effects on one might be helpful when you're reaching a decision on the principles to apply in another location.
Helpful only, though, Mr. Welsh, because of the differences between different wildland areas. I think in relation to the Merrick wildland area, I think we've already established that it's different and important because of its southern context. There are only 3 wildland areas within that southern area, and we've already seen that there are lots of other designations and interests overlapping here. So there are very particular differences between the Merrick wildland area, for example, and others like Limekiln, for example, up in the Northwest Highlands.
We have a very few decisions, relatively speaking, to provide some gauge as to how we should approach assessment of wildland, and it is helpful, I think, to look at other decisions, both refusals and, in this case, a consent. It happens that WLA 39 in Caithness was also a very small wildland area, probably one of the smallest highland wildland areas. So there is also a similarity in that regard. But the point I make is that it's purely the principle of the approach is what I sought to reflect in my inquiry report.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we look at a few paragraphs on 9.91? And you're stating here that visibility of the proposed development does not extend to the core as defined by sub-areas 2 and 3. Can I just clarify with you why do you think only these two sub-areas comprise the core of the wildland area, and they both extend to the eastern boundary as far as I can see?
I describe them as the core because that is where the wildness qualities are expressed to their strongest order, and that's identified within the description where it talks about the interior, and we have mapped the interior in the wildland assessment. If it would help, I could go to that, but by core, I mean interior of the wildland area.
I had wondered whether the Merrick could be defined as part of the core of the wildland area.
The Merrick is, I think it's very much part of the divide between, well, it is clearly it's part of the divide between sub areas 1 and 3, but it forms the ridge line that is the spine through the wildland area, and everything to the west of it, I would say, has very different wildland qualities to the experience looking east from it. So standing at the Merrick and looking east, I would say that you are looking into the interior or the core, but standing on the Merrick looking west, you are on the edge of the core. But I think Ms. Anderson and I are agreed in terms of the statement of agreed matters that sub areas 2 and 3 are not significantly affected and can be discounted.
Yeah, that is an agreed matter. Could we look next at paragraph 9.96, which relates to the integrity of the Merrick wildland area?
Yes.
And you're saying here it's helpful to consider the overall integrity test. And I'm just wanting to clarify with you why the reporter should apply the test for nationally important designations when you say yourself that the wildland area is not such a designation. Would that not be an irrelevant test for the reporter to apply here?
It came from the fact that in 2017, in the previous guidance, Nature Scott sought a view as to the effect on the whole of the wildland area, as opposed to the effect on just a part of it. And it stemmed, I would say, from consideration of the overall wildland area, what the effect was. And integrity was quite a useful way of expressing that, because that's how it's used to express the magnitude of an impact on a designation. And I think it's a helpful way to look at the overall impact on the wildland area. Clearly, Scottish ministers have adopted that in the decisions I quote, but I completely accept there is no established test, but it is something that ministers have adopted in recent decisions.
That's helpful. Could we move forward a little more? Looking next at paragraph 9.103 in your inquiry report. See here that you're referencing.
Sorry, I have that.
I see you're referencing here a couple of other wind farm decisions, saying that these are other situations where Scottish ministers do not consider wind farms and wildland areas to be incompatible, even where significant impacts are found. I think we've already covered this, but just for completeness, should I understand that you accept that each decision turns on the particular facts and circumstances, and that's what the reporter needs to do in this instance? So these other decisions are of interest, but the reporter does require to apply the particular considerations relevant to this proposal when making the decision and recommendation to ministers.
I accept that.
I thought that, just wanted to double check. Next paragraph, 9.104, you're quoting from the reporter's decision in Limekiln 2, saying that there is, however, no specific no specific polity test or threshold against which identified effects may be judged, and so these matters must ultimately fall to our overall conclusions to be weighed in the balance against other relevant considerations. It's clear from SNH's advice and these examples that some level of significant impact on the physical attributes and perceptual responses within the wildland area can be considered acceptable in the planning balance. So again, for clarity, in relation to Clauchrie, we're not dealing with impact on physical attributes, as the proposed development would be outside the wildland area, but we do have advice for Clauchrie from Nature Scot that there would be a significant adverse impact upon the wildland area. I think we've already discussed Nature Scot accepts at a policy level that wildland areas may be considered in a category of landscapes which can accommodate wind farms. I think you accept that this doesn't mean that we're bound to consider that some, or indeed any level of significant impact would be considered acceptable. It's a question that relates to each individual wind farm. It's this, we can't just decide that at a policy level. Is that a correct understanding?
I don't think that policy level can be expected to contemplate particular types of significant impact. That is something that has to be assessed on its merits on an individual case. But it is, I think, helpful to understand how it has been addressed elsewhere, and that is the sole reason why I cite the Limekiln decision. It's another decision which shows how the matter of significant adverse effects has been treated in the balance.
And that's a matter ultimately for the reporter and Scottish ministers.
It is.
Looking on another couple of paragraphs later in your inquiry report, Mr. Welsh, paragraph 9.106, Open considers that the effects it has identified in respect of wildland quality 3 are not so severe or widespread as to undermine the integrity of the wildland area. This finding for Clauchrie underpins the acceptability of the effects that the proposed development would have on the wildness qualities of the wildland area. Considering integrity, it might be suggested that Open or yourself perhaps haven't properly or fully addressed the context and particular qualities of this wildland area when making your finding, which you say underpins your view that the proposed developments are acceptable. Where, for example, do you consider the relative size of this wildland area as being very small, and the vulnerability that it's given, the vulnerability of the area, given that it's one of the few remaining upland areas with strong wildness qualities remaining in the southern uplands?
We certainly acknowledge in the CD 1.5.7 that it's a small wildland area. We can see where the significant effects are arising. They are arising on the western flank of the Merrick wildland area. That is an area where the special qualities or special wildness qualities themselves are derived from human influence on the WLA, and from that perspective, I believe I can form a professional opinion with some rationale and justification that those effects are acceptable. If this level of impact was going into the interior of the wildland area, I might well draw a different conclusion.
Just looking particularly at your use of the words not so severe or widespread, I think the information available to us indicates that there would be close visibility across 23% of the wildland area. How does that sit with your conclusion that the effects are not so widespread?
You need to look where that 23% is, and it's all on the western flank above the forest. And widespread, it certainly, there is theoretical visibility along that western face of the Merrick Range. There is virtually no visibility within the interior parts of this wildland area, and that is what I'm referring to as widespread. I'm also, in terms of severity, it would not impact on the interior where the wildness qualities are best expressed. So it is coinciding with a part of the wildland area where visibility of wind farms and forest is a defining characteristic.
Okay, and linking to that and moving it on slightly, could we look at your recognition, Mr. Welsh, and it's the conclusions section of your recognition, paragraph 5.2.
But
And you're saying there, what is of importance to an assessment of the acceptability of a wind farm is whether it will sit comfortably within the landscape and will not lead to unacceptable conflicts of scale or have overbearing effects on the views from settlements and communities. You state at 5.5 that extensive mitigation has been undertaken and the proposal is designed to respect its surroundings. I don't see you mentioning the significant adverse effects you've already acknowledged would occur in the wildland area. Is your conclusion slightly skewed by that omission?
well, I've not sought anywhere in my inquiry report to suggest that the effects on part of the wildland area are not significant. So if I've omitted to confirm that in my conclusions, that's certainly unintentional, and I think it's my assessment of wildland is very clear where I've set out in the section we've been going through my overall findings.
Can you help me, Mr. Welsh? What do you mean by sitting comfortably within the landscape?
I believe that the wind farm relates well to the vast area of forestry that it's located in. It's consistent with other wind farms in the area in that respect. I think it is a respectable distance from the Merrick wildland area. I don't believe that it has a harmful effect in terms of the most highly prized parts of that wildland area. Instead, it will intensify the visibility of human elements when looking to the west from within sub-area 1. I think it sits relatively comfortably in that piece of landscape.
Might be suggested to you that the proposal may relate to the relatively simple and large-scale character of the forested plateau and its immediate surroundings, but that it doesn't sit so comfortably in relation to the wild land area, which is also part of the landscape. What would you say to that?
No, I don't accept that. I think it does sit comfortably relative to the wild land area. It does not, it intensifies effects, but it does not tip the balance and introduce new visibility into the core of the wild land area, which suggests it can be accommodated in the landscape comfortably.
Sticking with that paragraph, can you tell me what you mean when you refer to overbearing effects on views from settlements and communities? And I'm particularly interested in what you mean by communities. Are you talking about residential communities or communities in a wider sense that might include, for example, hill walking communities that come to experience the wildland area?
No, I'm talking about defined communities, so Bar Hill, Bar, Colmanel. I'm not talking about the walking community.
So when you're referring to overbearing effects on views, you're not taking into account overbearing effects on what might be described as a community of interest, such as the description of community or the definition of community as arises in the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015, for example. That doesn't just include communities as in geographical locations. You're not taking that into account in your assessment here.
I certainly do not consider that the proposal would have overbearing effects on people enjoying the Merrick Hill range. But no, when I refer to communities there, I'm referring to the way that they have been assessed throughout the LVIA, which is in terms of defined communities in the local plan.
Well, I certainly don't want to stray into territory that Dr. Gordon will be covering with you in relation to walkers. So I'll leave him to explore that with you. And thank you very much for answering my questions this morning. I don't have any further ones for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. That's very well timed, just coming up to 1 o'clock. So I think we'll break there and we shall come back at 2 o'clock, please. So I'll see you all then. Thank you.
Welcome, Ewan. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. How did your pre-inquiry meeting go?
Fine, thank you very much, John. Went well.
Mhm. On 2 o'clock now.
Yes, that's 2 o'clock now, so we'll make a restart if everyone's with us. So we've just heard the end of Ms. Jack's cross-examination of Mr. Welsh, and move on to other parties. But I think Mr. Brown, you've now joined us for the airport, and I've got a note that you'd like to ask a question.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Ewan Brown, counsel appointed for Glasgow Prestwick Airport Limited. I do apologise, sir, for not being able to join this morning. Unfortunately, I had a clash in my diary. The reason for asking to address you at this point, sir, is to ascertain whether there is a possibility of starting the aviation lighting evidence this afternoon. And the reason for asking that is the airport obviously has its legal team and its experts and indeed representatives from the airport watching the proceedings. And if there is no prospect of being able to start the aviation lighting evidence this afternoon, it would mean that we could leave and rejoin tomorrow morning.
I think that's a fair bet. Yes, I think we'll make that commitment now that we'll certainly not aim to begin the aviation lighting evidence today.
I'm grateful for that, sir. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. The airport team will leave and see you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Right. Good. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you.
Right. Okay then. So if Mr. Welsh is still with us, can I ask Dr. Gordon from Mountaineering Scotland whether you have any questions for Mr. Welsh on the wildland issue?
Yes, I do have, sir. I would anticipate taking something like 10 to 15 minutes, perhaps.
Okay, that's good. If you want to go ahead.
Yes. Good
I'm
afternoon.
assuming Mr. Welsh is here. I can't see his. Oh yes, there you are. Good.
I can.
Go ahead, please, Mr.
Right.
Gordon.
Okay, Mr. Welsh. I can't see you yet, but I'm sure you'll pop up on my screen in a few minutes. Good afternoon.
And Mr. Gordon.
If I can, I'll make reference to a few documents, mainly your own inquiry report. I don't think at any stage we actually need to look them up unless you're going to dispute the very short quotations I take from them. That will speed things up. In your, having just said inquiry report, in your recognition, 24, you refer to the wildland boundary to the west as being unusual in being so clearly defined by the forestry. And my question is that clarity of definition actually evident on the ground when you're on the Awful Hand range? Or is it something that's more evident on the map?
It is a boundary that is clearly identified on the ground, and that is why it is referred to such an abrupt boundary within the description that we were looking at this morning, which describes the boundary, the edge of the wildland area being readily defined.
I think my impression would be that it's looking from the low ground to the hills, rather than looking from the hills out towards the low ground, towards what we might call the Clauchrie Basin. My-
No,
my-
the
My own observations on the hills were that it was not such a clear-cut boundary, whereas there are some hill slopes where you effectively have a wall of trees that goes across the slope and is very evidently boundary.
well, the wildland description is describing the effect from within the wildland area looking out, and wildland quality 3 describes the dark green of the conifer contrasts with the light coloured moorland hills, highlighting the limits of the WLA. I would say it is quite a readily defined boundary between the two.
I'm sorry to return to this, but that does not accord with what I observed on the ground, and I'm asking if it accords what you observed yourself on the ground.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
We'll have to agree to disagree there. Would you agree that wildland in Scotland is a somewhat unclear and certainly a contested concept, and because of that it's difficult to assess impact on it? It comes down to perceptions and judgments rather than, say, reproducible facts in the way that you or I could boil a kettle and we would get the same answer.
I think it has got a little bit easier in the last year with the final publishing of an agreed methodology in 2020, which gives us the approach we should adopt. We have that to read alongside the map showing the areas, and we also have the description. So we have the tools to assess it, but I would say to you that it is a subjective, a large part of the assessment is subjective rather than objective, because by its very nature, you are trying to identify someone's perception of a piece of landscape. So it is invariably a subjective task.
Thank you, that's helpful. Leads very nicely into my next point, which is that professionals develop the wildland area descriptions using their judgment. You then assess Clauchrie or any proposal against that description using your judgment. And I'm not knocking those judgments, but has anyone asked people using wildland areas for their judgment?
I mean, the descriptions are written by Nature Scott or contractors engaged by Nature Scott. So from that point of view, they have the natural environment at heart when they're produced. They're not written by developers, which might give you cause for concern about their impartiality. They're written by the lead body with responsibility for the natural environment in Scotland. So they have that at heart, but I am not aware as to whether bodies like the Mountaineering Council of Scotland were consulted when the descriptions were produced. I don't think they were, because the descriptions weren't consulted upon, whereas obviously wildland was consulted upon and the methodology was consulted upon.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even thinking of organisations like Mountaineering Scotland. I was thinking actually of people, individuals who use wildland. Because in where Miss Jack took you to your inquiry report, para 9.46, again, we don't need to go there, but it was about susceptibility to receptors. And I think you're agreeing with me that in practice, nobody's actually gone out and asked the receptors for their views. So there is no real way of calibrating your judgment or the judgment of the professionals writing the descriptions to that of the receptors on whose behalf the judgments are being made.
In that sense, I don't think it is any different from landscape character assessment or visual impact assessment. Professionals do apply their judgment and experience to try and reconcile these subjective elements and to help make them as objective as possible. But there is, as far as I'm aware, there is they're not founded on consultation with people in the field.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Just bear with me one moment, but I think that may be all my questions. Oh, just one very small one. It relates again to some extent to the susceptibility and this issue about sanctuary. I'm sure you'll appreciate I'm a pretty experienced off-piste walker abroad as well as in this country. Would you understand that I could find sanctuary in environments that others would find threatening?
Yes, I can imagine that serious mountaineers, serious hill walkers can find sanctuary in landscapes that many people would find threatening or terrifying.
Yeah, thank you. It was just to emphasize to some extent the point that it is very much a subjective issue, and it's not rooted in a body of evidence beyond the professional judgments of those making the assessment. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry, sir. That was a bit of a statement rather than a question at the end, so I apologise for that. Thank you, Mr. Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
So I can give Mr. Welsh the chance to respond to it if he wants to. But...
I'm sorry, Mr. Hall, if you were speaking to me, you went away.
Right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, yes.
Right, I was just saying it was something of a statement at the end there, yes. So I should really give Mr. Welsh a chance to respond to it if he so
I'm
desires.
happy if it wishes to. I apologise, yes.
Mr. Welsh, anything further to say?
No, I don't have anything more to say on that, sir.
Right, good. Now, Ms. Spence, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh?
Sorry, I got a bit of a muddle with the mute.
Okay.
I think that it seems to me that there is a very definite convenience in the answers that are coming, and I would think that people who are asking these questions, you get a feeling for a place, and when you see something that doesn't fit, I think that's what people are getting at, and that's the difference. You live with an environment. Would you agree, Mr. Welch?
I would not agree with you that if your inference was that you don't believe the development fits its location. I believe it does fit the location. I'm not too sure what you were referring to about your environment, and if I could ask you to possibly rephrase that, it would help.
Well, you get it's you get a feeling for a place that, because of the lack of things that are distracting, are imposing themselves on your vision, and they represent something that gives you a feeling that you're not quite as isolated or as separated or at peace with the environment as you would like to be because of the interference of things that don't belong.
I would not suggest that I understand how you feel about where you live, but I can understand that you have a concern about the imposition of new development in the landscape. That's not unusual. All I can say is that a great deal of effort is made to ensure that development is sensitively integrated into the landscape with regard to where people live. But as a local resident, you may not consider that as being achieved successfully here.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Spence, there'll be another opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Welsh later on. We're dealing with just the wildland issue now. So do you have any more questions specifically about this wildland designation?
Nothing more than I feel has Mr. Welsh lived in an environment which includes a lot of wind turbines surrounding his place where he lives? Could you answer that, please?
I live in a part of southern Scotland which has some of the largest wind farms in Europe in it, a short distance from my property, and I can see wind turbines from my property. So to some extent, I would say the answer to that is yes, I can appreciate that.
Do you feel differently when you go to a place where there are no wind turbines, when you can forget about turbines, if you like, for a day or two? You feel differently there?
Yes, in the sense that if you move about in Scotland to the Highlands, for example, you can find landscapes where there is no or very limited influence from any human activity. It's a natural response, I think, to feel different in those environments. But introducing wind turbines at Clauchrie is not an unusual or out of character form of development in this area, as you know.
Yes, but would you agree that there is a limit to the number of turbines that the people who live here are prepared to put up with? Because the more there are, the less peace and quiet there is, because you can't avoid them.
I think that's perhaps straying into the capacity study points that we will cover on Wednesday.
Yes,
we've covered cumulative to an extent in that session.
Yes, I tend to agree. I think thank you for those questions, Ms. Spence, but I think we're straying into the sort of wider landscape and visual impact issues that we'll be covering on Wednesday and Thursday, and you'll certainly get a chance to ask further questions then. So I think we'll move on to my questions, if we may. I just had a couple, Mr. Welsh, if I can find my notes. Yes, so just to give me some clarity on the concept of the issue of wildland, and whether, in your view, when I'm thinking about wildland issues, I'm thinking, should I be limiting myself to thinking about the wildland area itself and how wildness is experienced within the wildland area? Or should I also be thinking about how the wildland characteristics of the Merrick area are appreciated from outside the area? And I'm thinking in particular of, I think it's Wildland Quality 2, which refers to the experience of the wildland area from the forest park. So that seemed to imply to me that one level of the importance of the wildland was the way it could be experienced from beyond its boundaries.
That is what it says, sir. We have been trained by NatureScot to undertake assessments from within wildland areas. That has been their approach to date, that wildness is something that's experienced from within the boundary. But I do appreciate that this description cites it as an upland that is seen from the surrounding forest park. My own view is that wildness is very much a quality that is experienced when you're in wildland rather than outside it. I'm struggling to recall, sir, whether the 2020 guidance has the same sentence in it that the 2017 draft did, which said that wildness qualities are experienced within wildland, not from outside. I could look at that, but there clearly was a statement to that effect in the draft.
Okay, thank you. Well, I can certainly check that for myself, and I'll be asking Ms. Anderson the same question, so she can maybe be forewarned about that one. My next question, I don't know if you quite got to the bottom of your view. I know there are only 3 wildland areas in southern Scotland, and perhaps 2 in the southern uplands, if that's correct. Just your view about whether you think that makes this wildland particularly important.
I think it is a reasonable or a fair assessment that this wildland, all wildland is important, but this wildland is important because it sits in the core of the forest park. It has a number of layers of other designations overlapping it, including regional scenic area. But I don't think that provides it with special protection against development outside its boundaries. It is wildland for what it is within those boundaries. That's why it's identified as such. And I think it would be incorrect to apply a higher level of restraint to development outside it than you would to any other wildland area across Scotland.
Thank you. Now, I think we've heard some arguments about the extent to which human interference in the landscape is already very evident from sub-area 1, the western flanks of the Awful Hand. I don't know if I'm going too far to say that part of your argument or the applicant's argument is that therefore it might be less sensitive to adding more human impact. But is there a contrary argument that if the area is already affected by some human influence, that by adding even more could take it over some threshold or tip the area into not being worthy of being wildland area at all? So if you're saying at the moment this area is a bit questionable as to whether it should have been wildland at all, it doesn't rate that highly in the Jenks criteria, presumably by adding additional human structures, that would reduce those Jenks scores further, would it, and make it even less worthy of wildland status?
I don't think, if you were to reevaluate it, I don't think it would affect the Jenks scores, but it is a fact that that part of the wildland area is influenced by an increasing number of wind farms seen out to the west, which has grown since 2014 when the description was produced. I don't believe that this wind farm tips the balance or tips a threshold in terms of the ability of that wildland area or the resilience of that wildland area to accommodate it. I consider that the development is cited a sensitive distance away from it. It is seen in a field of view that is already affected with wind turbine development, albeit at slightly greater range, and it is seen set within this expansive forest, which provides a large-scale landscape in which to accommodate a large-scale development. There would come a point, I think, if with substantially more development, that area will become even more intensely characterized by human influences. But I don't believe that Clauchrie tips that balance, and fundamentally it does not breach what I think is an important threshold, being the ridge of the Awful Hand, which affords shelter to the internal area that we've talked about with the highest Jenks. So it does respect the influence and the extent of that influence that currently occurs on the western side, and doesn't breach it.
Thank you. Yes, and then coming back to this, the concept of wildland in itself, and your understanding of how I should be dealing with that. And I don't know if this ties into whether it's a landscape impact or a visual impact, but would you characterize the wildland concept about being about protecting wildness per se for its own sake, or is it about preserving the experience of the people who go there? So I suppose I'm partly thinking about how concerned I need to be about preserving a wonderful wild character in parts of this area where very few people ever go. Or if I should be more concerned about preserving wildness in places which are visited by more people.
I don't think there should be a link with the numbers of people that visit it. I think what wildland policy does is protect areas of land as a nationally important resource, which is protected in its own right for its wildness qualities. Whether parts of that area are visited by very small numbers of people or very large numbers of people, I don't think should be a factor in your decision making. So I think it is more about what the wildland area as a resource.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. That's all from me. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions in re-examination?
Thank you. Only one, sir, if I may. Mr. Welsh, you were asked a number of questions by Ms. Jack about Jenks mapping. And there was one question that she asked, I think it was part of a double-barreled question, which I don't think you answered. And I wondered if I could re-ask that question. It was whether you accepted that Jenks mapping was a statistical tool or not.
I do not believe that calling it a statistical tool is the right answer. It is a analytical tool, if anything, that took the 130 or 40 colours or shading from the relative wildness map and subdivided them into a number of groups where the difference between elements within each group was less than the difference between the groups themselves. So it's a difficult concept to explain. It is set out in CD 721, but it is more of an analytical tool than a statistical tool, I would say. And it was used to subdivide the relative wildness map into a smaller number of groups to make it more manageable.
Does the process of analysis involve human intervention?
The analysis comes after the computer has run its program to identify those 8 colours on the map. Human judgment was then employed to draw the boundaries of the wildland enclosing areas of a different classification of jenks. So that's where the human judgment came in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Welsh. That was all very interesting. Now, if we can turn to, is it Ms. Jack who's leading our next witness?
Yes, sir. I wonder before we start the evidence of the next witness, whether we might have a short break because the witness requires to move to a different room in order to give evidence. But before doing that, it would be very helpful if we could have a list of the documents that she's likely to be referred to during the cross-examination in order that she can set all of those up. That might lead to smoother progress through the giving of evidence. I know I provided a list in advance that Mr. Welsh should be referred to. I think Ms. Anderson would find it very helpful if something similar could happen before she gets started.
Mr. Thompson, are you in a position to assist?
Not right now, but I will be.
Okay, well, it sounds like we better get Ms. Anderson reinstalled in her other room then, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir. I think 10 minutes was all that she was looking for to get organised. So if that's okay with you, that would be very helpful.
Okay, shall we say 20 to 3 then? Okay, 20 minutes to 3. We'll make a start. See you then. Right, are we in a position to make a start, Ms. Jack?
I hope so. Miss Anderson and I are not in the same place, so I hope she's ready. Perhaps best to ask her directly if she's there and can hear us. Miss Anderson, are you there?
Not yet, by the sound of it. We'll wait another couple of minutes.
Many thanks.
Just while we're waiting, sir, I've pinged an email to Miss Jack with the authorities with the documents too, so they'll be available to Miss Anderson.
Okay, thank you. You didn't happen to copy. Did you copy Miss Akbar into that as well?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's just arrived in my inbox just now. I'll forward it on to Miss Anderson. I'm not sure whether she can receive emails now in the other room that she's moved to, but I'll try.
I didn't mean to be unhelpful. I just hadn't prepared a list. I just had them through my notes, but I'll try and do better next time.
Perhaps, Mr. Thompson, if we're still waiting for Ms. Anderson, because I haven't got that email in front of me, if you could just run through the list with me now, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. CD 7.19, APP 1.10, JW3 at the back of APP 1.1, APP 1.6, CD 2.1.28 and CD 2.1.29, CD 1.3.37, which is figure, I hope, 6.24, and CD 4.8, which is SPP. And Ms. Anderson's inquiry report and recognition, which I assume she'll have anyway.
Okay, thank you. I'm still not seeing Ms. Anderson's name on the screen, but Ms. Anderson, can you hear us?
I've just had a message from my clients who are in the same place as Miss Anderson, albeit in a different room, saying that she's attempting to connect at the moment. She's having a little internet problem just now, but she'll hopefully be with us in just a moment.
Okay, well, we'll just we won't adjourn the meeting, but we'll just hold on for a couple of minutes then.
Thank you, sir.
I suppose an alternative would be to hear from Dr. Gordon first, if it's going to take some time to resolve this issue. Do you have a view about that, Ms. Jack?
I'm in your hands, sir. I'm hoping that Ms. Anderson will join us any second, but if you want to make use of the time with Dr. Gordon, then I certainly don't have any difficulty with that.
I'll give her another couple of minutes.
I would rather we stuck to the order if that was possible, please, sir.
I don't know what's been going on. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's brilliant. Okay, thank you.
Miss Anderson, can you hear and see us now?
Hello. Hello. Sorry, I'm on an unfamiliar laptop, I'm afraid. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can certainly hear you. Can you hear me?
Right. I'm sorry, I had some difficulty trying to get back onto the WebEx, so apologies for that. I was using a different laptop and I'm now on an unfamiliar laptop. So if everybody can be very patient, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure, Miss Anderson, whether communication will have reached you, but Mr. Thompson has provided a list of documents now that he is going to be referring you to. Has that communication come through to you, or do you need us just to run through for you again the list of documents that you'll be referred to?
I haven't. I would like to have the reference numbers. That would be great because it didn't come through to me now. Oh.
If Mr. Thompson's happy, I can just run through the list.
Happy.
Okay, so Miss Anderson, I think Mr. Thompson is going to ask you to look at your inquiry report and your precognition, and additionally core document 7.19, applicant's document APP 1.10, applicant's document APP 1.1, figure JW3, applicant's document APP 1.6, and then further core documents CD 2.1.28, CD 2.1.29, CD 1.3.37 at figure 6.24, and CD 4.8. I'm also going to ask you to have in front of you for the purpose of examination in chief one additional document, which is CD 7.22.
Okay, that's fine. I have those. Thank you.
Thank you for confirming that, Ms. Anderson. Turning to your precognition, you are indeed Carol Anderson, and you're representing Nature Scott and the council in relation to this session. You obtained your professional qualification in landscape architecture in 1986. You're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. You've worked for local authorities, the Forestry Commission, and in private practice before setting up your own consultancy based in Edinburgh in 2001. And further details of your experience are contained in your inquiry report. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Now, the reporters asked for the recognitions to be read in full, so I would ask you to commence at paragraph 1.2 of your recognition and read through, but omitting section 3, which deals with the effects of turbine lighting at this stage.
Okay. From section 2, daytime effects on the Merrick wildland area. Nature Scot and South Ayrshire Council's objections in respect of the Merrick wildland area focus on effects within sub-area 1, covering the western slopes and high ridge of the Awful Hand, which is shown on figure TA 6.3-3B in the EIA. The proposal would significantly affect wildland qualities 3 and 4 outlined in Nature Scot's description of the Merrick wildland area. The increase in the perceived influence of human artifacts would significantly weaken the sense of sanctuary and remoteness, and would also diminish the sense of fulfillment of getting away from it all, which is associated with the physical challenge of walking the hills within the wildland area. Almost a quarter of the total area of this small and vulnerable wildland area would be affected. I then go on to section 4 of my recognition, which clarifies some matters raised in Mr. Welsh's evidence. Mr. Welsh raises a number of matters in relation to wildland areas in his inquiry report that require clarification. The first is his assertion that the Jenks mapping analysis found that the western flank of the Merrick wildland area fell below the minimum required to define wildland, and this should therefore have an influence on the acceptability of the effects of the proposal. The Jenks mapping is a statistical tool that formed only a part of the analysis that led to the identification of wildland areas. It is the 2014 wildland area map that has policy status and is recognised in NPF3 and SPP. The 2014 map for the Merrick wildland area is shown in CD 7.19. It is not unusual for the outer edges of wildland areas to be more influenced by built structure and land uses such as farming and forestry. But the whole of the wildland area is important, and a lower score in the Jenks mapping analysis should not have a bearing on the acceptability of the effects of a development of this nature. It should also be noted that the area around the Merrick and Curia Hill summits, which also lie in sub-area 1, scored more highly in the Jenks mapping analysis, and the experience of wildland qualities from this area would be significantly affected by the proposal, as described in my inquiry report. Paragraph 9.80 of Mr. Welsh's inquiry report asserts that the assessment of a sense of sanctuary is a particularly subjective matter. He considers that the elevated ridgeline and tops of sub-area 1 have a low sense of sanctuary due to their exposure and ruggedness. I consider that this is a misinterpretation of sanctuary in the context of wildland areas. The sense of wildland areas providing sanctuary is not in the physical sense, as in terms of providing shelter or protection, but related more to a perception of respite from more urbanised environments. Annex 1 of Nature Scot's guidance, assessing the impacts on wildland areas, provides the definition of a sense of sanctuary or solitude as being the perception of separation from the modern world, isolation or distance from disturbance that engenders feelings of respite or tranquility, that enables a focus on the natural or semi-natural setting. The value that should be attached to wildland areas is addressed in paragraphs 9.41 to 43 of Mr. Welsh's inquiry report. He argues that wildland areas are not valued as highly as national parks and national scenic areas because of their different weighting in respect of wind farm development as set out in Table 1 Spatial Frameworks in Scottish planning policy. My response to this is to confirm that national parks, NSAs and wildland areas are all nationally important, as recognised in NPF3. However, it is the objective and policy response which distinguishes them. Mr. Welsh considers wildland areas to be of reduced value because of the policy approach set out in Table 1 of SPP, which precludes wind farms from national parks and NSAs, but not in wildland areas. However, he does not acknowledge the contradiction which is also present within SPP as to the appropriate policy approach that should be taken to development affecting wildland areas in paragraph 200, which states that wildland character is displayed in some of Scotland's remoter upland, mountain and coastal areas, which are very sensitive to any form of intrusive human activity and have little or no capacity to accept new development. Paragraphs 9.96 onwards of Mr. Welsh's inquiry report address the integrity of wildland areas. There is no policy support for applying the test on integrity as used for national parks and NSAs, and NatureScot does not support this approach in determining the overall effects of a development on a wildland area. Mr. Welsh cites various appeal decisions in support of his views, but does not balance those by addressing other decisions where his approach has been rejected, or where they otherwise endorse NatureScot's approach. Open promotes for this application, and similarly for many others, a position suggesting that the effects of the proposal on the Merrick wildland area are not so severe or widespread as to undermine the integrity of the wildland area. This judgment is related to the views on acceptability put forward by Mr. Welsh. This is a critical point of disagreement between the parties, as NatureScot are of the view that the effects of the proposal would be severe, significantly diminishing the experience of wildland qualities and affecting almost a quarter of the area of this small wildland area. Mr. Welsh acknowledges in paragraph 9.87 of his inquiry report that no two projects are the same. I would also add that no two wildland areas are the same. While every wildland area is considered to be important in policy terms, I would highlight that the Merrick wildland area is unusual in being only one of 3 wildland areas identified south of the Highland boundary fault, and is particularly valuable in being one of the very few areas of rugged, open and little modified uplands remaining in the southern uplands. And finally, to my conclusions in section 5 of my recognition. Wildland areas are the most extensive areas of high wildness in Scotland and are identified in NPF 3 as a nationally important asset that merits strong protection. The value of the Merrick wildland area is emphasised by the many other designations and formally valued interests which coincide in this area. Although wind farm development is already visible from the wildland area, this proposal would result in a step change and a marked amplification in the influence of wind farm development on the wildland area, introducing much more prominent modern structures into the panoramic views possible from the upper slopes and high ridge of the Awful Hand Range in the western part of the wildland area.
I think you can miss out the next one, Miss Anderson, because it relates to a separate session.
So paragraph 5.4. The small size of this wildland area makes it especially vulnerable to change from very large wind turbines sited close to its boundary. The added importance of this wildland area in the wider context of the southern uplands, which are increasingly strongly influenced by wind farm development, emphasises the need to conserve a sense of space and setback of large-scale human artifacts to minimise the perceptual responses associated with this highly valued area.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I think there was one area that we were going to pick up on, and that's in relation to wildland quality 4. Now, Mr. Welsh gave evidence both in chief and cross-examination this morning in relation to that element of the wildland description, and particularly in relation to the question of physical challenge. Can I ask you to expand upon your views in light of what you heard this morning from Mr. Welsh on that front?
Yes. So the headline quality, the wildland quality 4, is a rugged landscape. Sorry, and this is set out in the description for the wildland area, the Merrick wildland area, which is CD 7.19. And the headline says a rugged landscape that provides a surprisingly high degree of physical challenge. And I think Mr. Welsh, he, in his evidence in chief this morning, he explained that he felt that the focus of that wildland quality was the physical challenge. And I think that is correct. But in considering that wildland quality, I took heed of both the of three key documents: the Merrick Wildland Area Description in CD 7.19, the Assessing Impacts on Wildland Areas, which is the 2020 guidance produced by Nature Scott, and that's CD 7.22. And then added to that, I also took account of the extensive fieldwork that I'd undertaken in the wildland area. I think it's particularly informative in terms of the guidance that's given in CD 7.22, Assessing Impacts on Wildland Areas. And I think if we could turn to that document, particularly on page 2, and I've got a printed copy, so I'm not sure if that's the same page number, but it's under a heading, Understanding Wildland Areas, Qualities and Their Contributing Attributes and Responses.
I think that's electronic. I think that's electronic page 4 for those who are working from the electronic documents.
Now, under paragraph 11, the paragraph 11 lists physical attributes of wildland areas, and then it has a sort of separate list of perceptual responses, which are evoked by these physical attributes. And the last point in that list states that fulfillment from the physical challenge required to penetrate into these places is listed as one of the perceptual responses. So I have interpreted the physical challenge, which is addressed in the Merrick Wildland Area Description, as not just being the physical challenge, i.e., which is an aspect of the difficulty of the terrain, the distance from roads, etc., but also the fulfillment that is associated with making the effort really to get into these places. So the wildland quality identified in CD 7.19 does principally relate to the physical challenge of accessing the wildland area. But in my opinion, that physical challenge is not just about the difficulties of the terrain and the degree of remoteness. Not everyone will feel that the walk up to the Merrick or Shalach on Minnoch, for example, is challenging. It will depend on your walking experience and fitness. But these are climbs requiring some effort, and particularly the ridge walk between the two. And I consider that the majority of walkers within sub-area 1 would experience a sense of fulfillment walking in these hills, which is strongly influenced by their surroundings. In my view, there is an expectation that really the further you get from human influences, from roads, etc., and the more effort and time expended, the greater the sense of wildness. And this proposal would mar that perception from the summits of the Awful Hand, leading to a sense of, almost like a sense of disappointment, and a feeling that the respite or sanctuary from strongly human influenced landscapes offered by this wildland area had been significantly eroded. So that's really where my thinking has how it's developed in terms of treatment of wildland quality 4.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there anything else that you would wish to add at this stage for evidence in chief before we hand over to Mr. Thompson?
The only thing I probably should add is that paragraph 11 I'd referred to in CD 7.22, but also in Annex 1 of CD 7.22, there is an additional reference to that sense of fulfillment associated with the physical challenge.
And that's found at electronic page 10 of the document. Page 8 if you're on the hard copy, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Nothing else, sir.
Okay, thank you. Then over to you, Mr. Thompson. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Just before I begin, I wonder if I could go back for a moment to those questions that you asked Mr. Welsh a little while ago. And there was a reference, if you recall, to the guidance, the 2017 draft, or the 2020 guidance, which Ms. Anderson has just been referring to, which is CD 7.22. And he wasn't sure if the quote that he was referring to, that the wildlife assessment was within the WLA or without. And it was within and not without. And the reference is paragraph 3 of 7.22.
Okay, thank you. I've got a note of that.
Thank you. Subject to that, I would now propose to ask Ms. Anderson some questions, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ms. Anderson, hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Nice to see you again. I wonder if we could start, please, by looking at APP 1.6.
I have that.
Which is dated May 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Was this the initial advice that you gave to the council last year?
That's correct, yes.
And they had employed your services as an independent consultant, which they do from time to time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And am I right in thinking that this report that you gave them included a recommendation that they should object to the proposal?
Yes, that's correct.
And did it include that recommendation because you'd been asked to give a recommendation?
I can't recall, but I think I do normally, I am normally asked to do that for South Ayrshire Council.
Thank you. And when you were giving this advice, was it the same advice that you would have given if the proposal before them had been for an application for planning permission? I mean, if we just imagine that these were incredibly inefficient turbines and they only produced 49 megawatts of generating capacity, so that the application was for planning permission rather than a section 36 one. Was the advice in this report of yours the same as it would have been if you had been asked to make a recommendation about the grant of planning permission?
There would be no difference.
Yep.
I'm hearing quite lots of feedback.
Yes, I am too. Oh, I think it might have resolved itself.
That sounds better now, yes.
It does sound better, sir, yes.
Then please, next at CD 2.1.29.
Sorry, could you repeat that again, Mr. Thompson, please?
Yes, it's 2.1.29 CD.
Oh, yes.
It's the consultation responses.
Yeah.
And this, I think, was the consultation. Well, it was a report which led to the decision to object by the council.
That's correct.
I don't see a date on this. Do you happen to know when it was?
No, I'm afraid I don't know.
Not to worry. And am I right in thinking that the advice you gave in APP 1.6 found its way through
Sorry, do you mean CD 1.6, Mr. Thompson?
no, I mean APP 1.6.
Oh.
The document that we were just looking at,
yes.
which was your report.
Yeah.
What I was wondering was whether the advice that you gave the council in APP 1.6 filtered through to what we see starting at paragraph 7.2.11 in the report that we're looking at, which is CD 2.1.29. It goes from paragraph 7.2.11 to 7.2.816.
Yes, I think it's largely there, but I think in the committee report there the author has put different chunks in different places under different headings, so it doesn't necessarily have all of it in one place, but it is largely there.
Thank you very much. We know that you're now acting for Nature Scott as well as for the council. When were you first instructed by Nature Scott?
I think it was June last year.
Now, if you turn back, oh, sorry, if you turn to CD 2.1.28, this was Nature Scott's response to the application, part of their objection on wild land. And it was dated the 28th of May last year. Mm-hmm. Does that mean that that objection had already been put in before they consulted you?
Yes.
I wonder if we could look next, please, at AW3, which is one of the figures at the back of Mr. Welch's report, which I think is APP 1.1.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, did you say 1.1?
Yes, Mr. Welch's report is APP 1.1, and at the back of it,
Yes.
there's Annex 2, which includes various maps and drawings.
Yes. Yes.
And the third one is JW3, which shows the Jenks mapping.
Sorry.
It's the one that Mr. Welch was talking about this morning.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I have that.
And you're using one laptop for transmitting and another for reading the documents.
That's correct. That's correct.
Not easy, is it?
No.
What I'm interested in is the wildland area, the Merrick wildland area, which is outlined in blue, and it's then subdivided into 3 sub-areas in red. And I think we're all concerned with sub-area 1, which is the one which is giving rise to concern. And about 2/3 of the way down that sub-area, there's a black line that runs roughly horizontally across, which I understand is the boundary between Dumfries and Galloway and South Ayrshire Council areas. So am I right in thinking that your council client is concerned only with that part of sub-area 1 north of the black line, whereas your Nature Scott client is concerned with the whole of sub-area 1?
Yes, that would be correct. That would be correct.
And the only category 7 and 8 bits of sub-area 1 are in the Dumfries and Galloway area.
Yes. Yes.
And it's a very small area, and it's the Merrick Peak, effectively.
Yes, and Korea, yes.
So at a simplistic level, there's nothing in the part of sub-area 1 in the council's area that would have qualified as a wildland area if it had been considered on its own.
But that was never the case. It was considered as a whole. So I think that's hypothetical. I don't think that has relevance.
It's purely hypothetical, Ms. Anderson. I was just posing the question, if one looked just at that part, it wouldn't have qualified as wildland status on its own. It's because it's adjoining category 7 and 8 areas that it becomes effectively a buffer and part of what was designated as the WLA?
Well, I don't think that the analysis that was undertaken by SNH, sorry, there's quite a lot of feedback on this. Don't know, is that better? Yes. I'm not sure the word buffer is used in terms of the analysis, so I wouldn't use that expression. And I wasn't involved in the analysis in 2014 that was undertaken by SNH at the time. So I don't think I would want to comment further on that. I mean, I think it is a pretty hypothetical question, and I don't see its relevance really.
Do you see any relevance in having regard now to the JENCS classifications within sub-area 1 when we're addressing the issue before us, namely a proposed wind farm development out with the WLA?
I think it's useful to see the JENCS analysis. It is just a tool that fed into a wider process of definition of the wildland area. It's useful to see the relative sort of wildness within the wildland area, though of course you have to keep in mind that there are different aspects to that and a whole series of mapping layers made up that overall map shown in that figure. So it is useful, but I think the description of wildland, the description of wildland area is, and extensive field work within the wildland area is more useful.
Could we have a look at SPP, please? And I think the December 2020 version is at CD 4.8. It's just to see what SPP tells us about how to deal with applications concerning wildland areas. And we've looked already, I think, at table 1, which is at page 39, I think. And we've seen that the wildland area is referred to in group 2, where there isn't an absolute prohibition on development within the area, by contrast to the national parks and national scenic areas, which are in group 1. And because there isn't an absolute bar on such development, we're given further guidance at first at paragraph 200.
You want me to go to the
Well, if you could just have it in front of you. It's the one that I thought you found some inconsistency with. What I'd suggest to you is that if you read it with paragraph 215, it's pretty clear that 215 is giving guidance about the circumstances in which you might permit development within a wildland area, consistent with its second tier rating in table 1. Agree on that?
Well, yes, I see that. But they are under different headings. Sorry, I'm getting that echo again. It's very off-putting. The paragraph 200 is under the heading of development plans. And I think there is an inconsistency in SPP in terms of how it's addressing wildland, and that's demonstrated in those two paragraphs.
Well, if we stick to the development plan provisions, which take us to table 1 and paragraph 200, that's recognizing, is it not, from a development plan point of view, that there may be circumstances where development within a wildland area is permissible. And then we come on to development management, when paragraph 215 tells you the practical considerations.
Well, table 1 is clear, but paragraph 200 I don't think is. It says little or no capacity to accept new development. I think that's stronger than what is suggested in table 1. It has a more protective bent, in my opinion. Paragraph 200, I would say.
Well, doesn't the first part of paragraph 200 recognize that there may be some wildland areas where there's little or no capacity, but there are some where there may be?
Well, that's in the wording, have little or no capacity. I suspect that's what you're meaning. Yes, that's correct. But I still think that it's an inconsistency between paragraph 200 and what's set out in table 1. Table 1 seems to be a bit more open to development, perhaps in wildland areas, which is why they've been put in the category that they've been put in.
Can we agree that paragraph 215 gives some more guidance from a development management point of view if a planning authority is confronted with an application for a development proposal within the WLA?
Yes, I think it perhaps does, but it's interesting that it's not under development, under the heading of development plans. It's under a different heading, or development management. So I have always felt that that was quite confusing, actually.
Isn't the whole pattern of SPP that it tends to tell you, first of all, what the policy is, how you should deal with it in development plans, and then the next section is management. In other words, how you deal with applications once you've implemented the plan.
Well, the heading development management. Yes, I guess I can see what you're saying. So you're saying that it's a development plan, then it's going into development management, but there's still an inconsistency between them, which you wouldn't expect, really.
Have you read the Minister's decision and the report in the case that Mr. Welsh referred to this morning? The Limekiln 2 case?
Yes, and I appeared at that inquiry.
Oh, good. APP 1.10 then is the copy of the report.
And I should explain that I appeared at that inquiry for the other wind farm development that was being considered at the conjoined inquiry, and that did not get consent.
Was that Limekiln 1 and Limekiln 2?
No, it was Limekiln and Drumholliston.
Thank you. What I was interested
Sorry,
to,
Mr. Thompson. Sorry, I've lost that reference you gave me.
Don't worry, it's APP 1.10. I just wanted to see what your approach or what your view of the reporter's approach in this report is.
Sorry,
Clearly, I'm not at
1.10.
point 10.
Yes, sorry, I've got it now.
Could you turn on, please, to page 70 or paragraph 4.86?
Page.
I didn't have the electronic one, but the paper one was 70, and the paragraph is a section beginning at 4.86. And there's a heading, Reporter's Conclusions on Wild Land.
Yes.
And it was really to notice what the reporter says, or the reporters say halfway down paragraph 4.88. The Limekiln 2 proposal is wholly out with WLA 39, as with Limekiln 1. And so SPP paragraph 215 cannot apply to it, given the wording makes no allowance for such flexibility or interpretation. Similarly, SPP Table 1's categorization of wildland as Group 2, areas of significant protection, applies within WLAs and does not apply to developments outside but affecting the WLA. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, yes.
And then the consequences in 4.89. It is paragraph 169 of SPP which must therefore be relied upon, which recognises effects on wildland as a consideration in wind farm proposals. As part of an overall planning balance, we consider this particular consideration must be taken account of having regard to the overarching position of NPF 3, which recognises wildland as a nationally important asset. Do you agree with that too?
Yes.
And (169) treats the including effects on wild land as part of the landscape and visual impacts consideration as one of the factors to be taken into account.
That's going back to SPP now, is it? 169.
Sorry, yes, back to SPP, yeah.
Yes, I agree with that.
And is that how you've approached the matter?
Well, paragraph 169 is talking about an overall planning balance. That's
Yes.
taking into account other factors, not just landscape and visual and wildland qualities. It's looking at it more holistically than that.
But it's one of the factors. So what I'm trying to explore with you is what sort of value judgment you've applied, bearing in mind that the output is going to be taken into account in a paragraph 169 exercise if it was a planning application.
I'd like to go back. I'd like to go back to SPP. Just look. And could you repeat the question again, please, Mr. Thompson?
Do you accept that the output of the exercise that you carried out falls to be included in a paragraph 169 exercise when exercising planning judgment?
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, yes, of course.
And I wonder if that's the background against which we should be understanding the paragraphs that Mr. Welsh referred to this morning, which are particularly 4.132 and 4.133 in the lime kilns report. In particular, the conclusion and the last sentence of 4.133. There is, however, no specific policy test or threshold against which identified effects may be judged. And so these matters must ultimately fall to our overall conclusions to be weighed in the balance against other relevant considerations.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Could you look next, please, at CD 1.3, figure 6.24? Just to make it a little easier, I think it's CD 1.3.37.
Okay.
I've got a more manual version of your second screen. The reason for looking at this is what you say in your report, at paragraph 3.9. Sorry, your inquiry report.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, I've got a bit lost with the document number here. This is part of the EIA report, is it?
This is NS9. Sorry, NS9, sir. Which is Miss Anderson's inquiry report for Nature Scotland and the council, but it's got an NS number.
And what paragraph was that, Mr. Thompson?
3.9. And it was your review of the baseline data. And if we look now at the map, which is figure 6.24, this shows not only the operational and the under construction, but the consented wind farms as well. And what I wondered was the extent to which you had taken account of the consented ones.
I had taken account of the consented ones. And I particularly sort of looked at that in cumulative effects. But I think what it says in 3.9 of my inquiry report is that this principally relates to the construction of the Salach wind farm and the Kilgallia wind farm. That's where I think the most change principally occurs on the wildland area in terms of the description. So it's not addressing every consent or constructed wind farm or wind farm that has been constructed since the original field work was undertaken in 2013 and 14. But it's focusing on those wind farms that have been constructed and or consented since that time that have a marked effect on the wildland area.
What about the ones to the northeast? Benbrack, South Kyle, and Enoch Hill.
Well, the focus, sorry, it's echoing again. The focus of my assessment is on sub-area 1. It's not on the whole wildland area. I have been quite clear in my inquiry report that I am in agreement with Mr. Welsh that it is sub-area 1 that should form the focus of the assessment, because that's where the potential for significant effects would occur. I don't consider that the wind farms that lie to the northeast significantly affect or would have any significant bearing or influence on the wildland area within or within the wildness qualities that are experienced with sub-area 1. I think this is largely because they're seen in the context of existing wind farm development associated with Windy Standard and various cluster of developments in that area.
Would they be visible from sub-area 1 or just from sub-area 2?
They're not really visible from sub-area 2. Sorry, I need to just check. Forgetting if sub-area 2 is the lower lying area or parts of sub-area 2, and they are visible from Shalach on Minnoch in particular, visible also from the Merrick.
While there's a difference between you and Mr. Welsh on the assessment of WQ3, am I right in understanding that it's a comparatively minor one?
I would say we're quite narrow in terms of our differences in that. I conclude that in terms of wildland quality 3, I conclude a higher sensitivity and a higher magnitude of change. So, but it's one notch up. It's not a big difference.
It comes down to a difference of professional opinion.
I think it's a difference in interpretation, and which could be a difference in professional opinion. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Anderson. I have no further questions. Thank you, Sam.
Now I should give other parties a chance to ask any questions of clarification. Dr. Gordon, nothing. And Ms. Spence, anything from you?
Nothing. It just continues to make me see that people's views on what is acceptable are very different. And I think if you consult the people who live here, you'd find that ours are more towards Miss Anderson's point of view.
Okay, well, hopefully towards the end of tomorrow you'll get a chance to express that. Or sorry, later on in the week you'll get a chance to express that opinion directly. Right, Miss Anderson, I think I've got some questions for you. Some of these are the same as the ones I asked Mr. Welsh. So first of all, this point about whether this wildland concept is only a consideration for me within the wildland area itself, or do I need to be thinking about wildness when I'm considering views of the Merrick from outside?
I think Mr. Thompson clarified that, and it is correct that in the 2020 wildland assessment guidance produced by Nature Scots, CD 7.22, that it is quite clear that the assessment should focus on the wildland area itself and the experience of wildness within it, rather than taking into account views of it or any sort of sense of wildness experienced from the surrounding area.
Sorry, I was muted.
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
No, my fault, my fault. I was coming on to another question that I asked Mr. Welsh about whether we're, in thinking about the wildland concept, whether we're thinking about protecting wildness for its own sake, or whether it's about preserving the experience of the people who go there. And so I think Mr. Welsh's view, if I've recorded it correctly, was that it's about preserving wildland character for its own sake. So I don't need to think about things like whether I need to preserve the wildland character of an area of the wildland area that very few people visit, for instance. but is that also your view?
The assessment, I mean, wildland area, wildness exists irrespective of how many people experience it. And in fact, if you have too many people, then that can affect wildness as well. But having said that, I think there is an aspect to this particular wildland area which is quite important to address. And when you're doing an assessment, in that it is quite a popular wildland area relatively. I've been in quite a few wildland areas, and you know, particularly in the northwest, they are remote, and you don't see very many people. But in this particular wildland area, particularly it is relatively well used, and I think that is important to take into account, not perhaps in looking at numbers of people, but just recognizing that it does give an opportunity for many people to experience those qualities of wildness. And I think this is because it is a rare upland area in this context. There are very few areas of high, less developed mountains in southern Scotland, and that I think has influenced its attractiveness. Certainly on the times that I have undertaken field work there have been quite a few people enjoying the qualities of wildness. So I think that should be taken into account, but in many respects, it is actually about the wildness areas, irrespective of numbers, enjoying that.
Thank you. There's just one issue that I'm not quite sure we have touched on it. I'm not sure if I've quite got to the bottom of it. And Mr. Welsh's view seems to be that the western flanks of the Awful Hand Ridge are effectively a buffer. I think we've heard the word buffer used a few times. And they don't meet the wildland criteria themselves. I think you were asked a similar question by Mr. Thompson, but do you agree that those western flanks of the Awful Hand don't themselves meet wildland criteria?
They are more influenced by proximity to more human activities and influences, and they're closer to roads, etc. But I think you can't define them as a buffer as such. I think that gives them a lesser importance, which I don't agree with. I think the whole of the wildland area is important. That's why it's been defined as a wildland area. And I think looking at you know, the mapping analysis as part of the Jenks sort of mapping, yes, it looks at you know, towards the edges of the wildland area, it is scoring less highly in certain categories. But I still think part of the Awful Hand Ridge, the integrity of that ridge is important, and you can still experience wildness even on the slopes. Walking up to Sharrock-on-Minnoch, you can still feel quite remote. And that's more to do with experience in the field than perhaps a strict measurement of distance from roads. And I think, you know, in many ways, the Jenks mapping analysis was a starting point. It can be quite clunky in many respects. It's not sort of so finely tuned, and it needs to you need to also experience that in the field to get a full picture of that, of those wildland qualities, rather than just rely on, you know, the mapping that was done as a starting point some time ago.
Interesting. So, I mean, we've talked about the GEMS mapping being, if I've understood it rightly, it's the expression of a whole set of underlying maps, which we're looking at all sorts of different factors that fed into this.
Yes.
So we haven't really interrogated what all those underlying factors were, but you've mentioned one just there, which is about the distance from roads.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the road, the north-south minor road running through the forest park to the west of the Merrick area. And we see that the western flanks of the Awful Hand have got a lower wildness rating, if you like, than the land to the east. I mean, do you know offhand what the main factors were that were influencing the lower wildness rating for the western flanks? Was it the presence of the road? Is that a big factor?
That was certainly a key factor. But I think you have to keep in mind that as part of that analysis, it's only as good as how it's modelled. For example, all roads are largely lumped together. So if you had a motorway or an A road there, it would come out the same as a minor road, and that is really a minor road lying to the west of the wildland area. So it is quite a basic level of mapping analysis, as I understand it, and it needs greater refinement in terms of ground truthing, as it were, you know, by going out on site and considering that, because there are some parts where you can be on those western flanks, and because of the woodland, you don't see the road. So and there's other sort of little dips and hollows where you don't see the road, even though you can be quite close to it, and that can accentuate that sense of wildness in certain areas. So I think it's not good to be over reliant on the GEMS mapping. It was a starting point.
My last question, unless I think of any more, was around Wildland Policy 2. In the description of the Merrick wildland area, and I think this talks about the contrast between the wildland area and the human-influenced forested area further to the west. And I mean, it seems to be giving that as a positive quality. There's this contrast. I mean, a straightforward question to ask would be, if the contrast between the human-influenced area and the wildland area is a positive thing, then does adding to the human influence of the human influence bit necessarily make it so much worse? I mean,
I think that's an interesting point. I had an issue actually, and you'll see that from my inquiry report, that I had a bit of an issue with Wildland Quality 2, because actually the wildland area lies in the forest park. The forest park is not adjacent; it's all the forest park. So that's not strictly correct, though. In the context description at the front of the CD 7.19, it does make it clearer that it's all the forest park. And I think that's one of the interesting things about this wildland area, in that you know, the Forestry Commission holding in terms of that, yes, it has produced commercial forestry, which is fairly extensive. but it has in many ways within the wildland area also reduced the numbers of access tracks. For example, it's not like some of the estate land that you get up in the highlands where you've got many estates managing the land for grassmoor, etc. It's not like that. It has been largely left intact, and that adds to its qualities, I think. But talking about the contrast, so what you're trying to say is that putting some very, very large turbines in that area of forestry would accentuate the contrast between human influences and the wildland area. Was that the idea?
I'm not at this stage saying that would be a good thing. I'm just saying that wildland quality 2 seems to be giving a contrast as a positive.
I'm not sure. I suppose I didn't read it quite that way. I thought what it was doing, I suppose what it was trying to do was highlight that you do get quiet areas within the wildland area, and they contrast with the more popular sort of areas where there are sort of nodes of recreational interest, you know, around Glentrool, etc. So I think I suppose it is that contrast, perhaps, that you can you know, perhaps I think maybe it is a positive. There's, I think the author is perhaps suggesting that that it's quite a surprising thing that you've got this wildland area where you can feel very remote and gain a sense of solitude, even though in the peripheral parts of the forest park there are more intensively used recreational facilities and forestry, etc., commercial forestry. Because I think it does, it's not just the forestry, it's also the high levels of recreational use, but the forest that surrounds the wildland area is not all highly used in a recreational sense, particularly to the west. It's actually fairly remote and difficult to access. You know, there's forest tracks, but it's not being promoted for recreation. So in contrast to other parts of the forest park. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I mean, you're not the author of this document, so you don't know what they meant, and it's for us individually reading it to interpret it in different ways. I think it is capable of being interpreted in different ways.
That's correct. You do need to, there is a degree of interpretation necessary, yes.
Okay, well, I didn't have any further questions. Ms. Jack, did you want to come back on anything?
No, sir, there isn't anything that I would want to come back on. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you. So we're at 4:05 now. I was hoping initially that we get through all the wildland issues today. I don't know how much time we'll need with Mountaineering Scotland. Perhaps, Mr. Thompson, are you going to have a lot of questions for Dr. Gordon?
Yes, sir, not many.
Right. Okay. Well, should we press on and try and get through Dr. Gordon's evidence?
Let's do that.
Okay then. Well, let's push on then. Okay, Dr. Gordon, do you want to give your evidence in chief? You're just giving that yourself, so if you
yes,
can read out the most pertinent parts of your recognition, and you can add a few additional comments relating perhaps to responding to other people's points as you go along. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I have slightly abbreviated the recognition. Just before I start, I can emphasise that Mountaineering Scotland's concern is with the visual impact on hills located within the wildland area, not on the wildland impacts per se, which is why I think there's an ambiguity.
I wanted to get your
where our evidence could be taken or not. Ms. Anderson, could you mute, please? Thank you. Right. Mountaineering Scotland's primary but not only concern is with the visual impact of Clauchrie on the Merrick and other hills of the Orfo Hand range. We provide a consumer view, not a professional assessment, and importantly, we use words with their ordinary meaning. It's a mountain landscape of high value. The proposed development site is situated in the extensively forested, gently undulating, conjoined upper basins of the rivers Cree and Minnoch. To the east, it is overlooked by the Orfo Hand, a superb upland ridge, almost entirely above 600 metres for about 10 kilometres, which forms the western edge of the mountain core of Galloway, a rugged area more akin to the highlands than to the rest of the southern uplands. The Merrick itself has the highest point in southern Scotland and a popular place for hill walking, as has already been mentioned. The views from the ridge give a remarkable sense of elevation and space in all directions. The Galloway Uplands is a mountain landscape of high value and national significance. This is recognised by its inclusion within a variety of designations and other mapped interests. The Merrick, Shallock-on-Minnoch and Corserine are Corbetts, which is one of the two lists of hills most often pursued in Scotland. Viewed purely from a mountaineering perspective, the regional pattern of wind farm development west of the Merrick has proved thus far to be acceptable. A wind farm landscape is coming into being, but at distances of mostly 15 kilometres and upwards from the Orfo Hand, separated from it by a broad margin of plantation forestry. There is a simple, coherent sequence of landscape transitions outwards from the Orfo Hand, from open hill to forestry to wind farms. There is a sense of remoteness on the Orfo Hand because of the distancing effect of the Cree-Minnoch Basin with its lack of built development. The main visual character of the basin is formed by the pattern of clear fell coops and plantings at different stages of maturity. Shades of visually recessive natural colours, except in the immediate aftermath of clear fell, rather than built structures. Placing tall turbines into this unobtrusive forestry fringe would disrupt the pattern of development thus far found to be acceptable. Clauchrie would not consolidate development within an existing wind farm landscape as the LVIA claims, but would extend the influence of turbines into a new landscape much closer to the Orfo Hand, redefining the perceived character of the fringe and reducing the sense of spaciousness that currently obtains in the absence of features given a scale. The easternmost turbines of Clauchrie would stretch 7.5 kilometres east of operational Mark Hill. This would nearly halve the distance between wind farm development and the Orfo Hand, with turbines nearly twice the height of Mark Hill, prominently spaced across a substantial footprint. There would be a major reduction in the sense of distance from turbines currently experienced on the range, bringing not only structures but movement much closer to the hills. This does not seem to be, to quote the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, clustering of development near to existing wind farm influenced landscape within parts of the landscape that are already affected by wind farm development. Impact on views from the Galloway Uplands. There are two viewpoints on the Orfo Hand. Viewpoint 8, the Merrick, viewpoint 13, Shallock-on-Minnoch. The LVIA rates the visual impact at both as significant and adverse, despite attempts in the assessment to downplay the impacts, such as suggesting that the focus of views might be anywhere but towards Clauchrie. The point of a panoramic view is the whole panorama, not selected part. Intrusion forestry, for anybody noted, views at Ailsa, Craig, South Kintyre and Knocktolian would be and exactly how and which background depends on the position on the ridge. Excuse me a moment, I'm getting a message. I'm hopeful that everybody can still continue to hear me okay. Miss Spence, I can see you. You're nodding. Thank you.
Yes, we can still, you're breaking up very, very slightly, but we can still hear you fine.
Yeah, I got a message saying my network connection was poor. I suspect the kids are home from school and have turned on games. Not my kids, they're long gone. Right, sorry, let me pick up again. The lateral spread of Clauchrie becomes more evident as one moves south down the Awful Hand from Shallock-on-Minnock to Ben Yellowby. This would be more evident had the LVIA included a viewpoint on the Lamachan Hill group south of Glen Truel, which we did suggest. Hill of Ochiltree provides, viewpoint 6 provides some illustration of this effect, but from a lower elevation. In other words, as you move further south, your perspective on the wind farm changes and you're seeing it more side on than end on. The highest Clauchrie blade tips would reach about 600 metres ordnance datum. The dips between the knuckles of the Awful Hand ridge are at this height or only slightly higher. Looking across to blades rather than down on them would diminish the feeling of being above the world that can be gained on the Awful Hand, a sense of achievement for the effort in reaching such a place. To reach 600 metres and be looking across at turbines rather than down on them diminishes the scale of the hills and can be dispiriting. The impact on the Awful Hand is given added significance by the inclusion of the western slopes of the range within the wildland area within 6 kilometres of Clauchrie. These slopes are not simply a low-value fringe, they have reasonable wildness in their own right above the plantations and are integral to the overall experience of this small area of wildland. Almost the entire length of the Awful Hand within the wildland area would have almost all of the turbines in Clauchrie in view. The visual effect stretches across the wildland area to the Rins of Kells to its east. The LVIA regards the impact of Clauchrie, viewpoint 14, as significant and adverse. We very much agree, although at a greater distance from Clauchrie, about 17 kilometres. This is an important viewpoint because the view westward across the wildland area to the Awful Hand is extremely good. Clauchrie will very noticeably intrude with both backcloth and skyline turbines, ensuring maximum impact regardless of the conditions. Existing wind farms in this direction are distant features, low in the landscape and not disturbing this prime view. In the next paragraph, impact on views to the Galloway uplands, I will make one slight adjustment because there was some rather poor drafting which made it appear as if I was suggesting Shallock-on-Minnock was 16 kilometres from Knocktolian. It's not. Viewed from Knocktolian, viewpoint 5, Shallock-on-Minnock and Tarfessac would be foregrounded by Clauchrie's turbines at 16 kilometres. It's Clauchrie that's 16 kilometres from Knocktolian. Again with skylining and backclothing for maximum effect. The Mark Hill turbines, by contrast, are seen in the same angle of view as sitting consistently backclothed well below the Merrick and Kirriereer. And while movement is obvious at this distance, the smaller turbines mean it is not excessively distracting. Clauchrie would appear very different to Mark Hill in context, topography and land cover, and turbine scale, being viewed as two very different developments with no sense of integration, except for being located alongside one another. It is not the case, as the LVIA suggests, that only the view to Ailsa, Craig and Arran is valued from Knocktolian. There can be more than one valued direction of view from a hill. In this case, the view to the Galloway uplands is an important component of the experience. The LVIA understates the magnitude of change and hence the adverse visual impact at Knocktolian. The assessment in the LVIA appears to say that the visual impact at Knockdolian is both not significant and significant. I'm not actually clear what it appears to me as if final conclusion was not significant, but that seems to me to go against the text. We regard the adverse, Mountaineering Scotland regard the adverse effect as significant for the reasons set out in the LVIA itself, and I quote, "The visual effect is considered significant and adverse due to the perceived climbing of the proposed turbines from Mark Hill Wind Farm up the elevated ground towards the sculptured, rounded summits that merge with the rugged uplands in this view, and their interruption of the more distinctively rugged hills of the Galloway Uplands RSA Merrick wildland area, which partly backdrop the proposed development." In conclusion, the proposed development would materially and adversely change the character of the landscape as seen and experienced from the Orfo Hand in particular, but also from the Rins of Kells and the Lamachan group. It would also impact adversely on views to the Orfo Hand from the few locations not already obstructed by operational or consented turbines, as evidenced at Knockdolian. That is me, sir, and you can see why I never became an orator.
That was very good. That's fine. Mr. Thompson, you said you might have a few questions for.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Gordon.
Good afternoon.
Am I right in understanding that your association has adopted a policy about the occasions when your association will object to a wind farm proposal, and that we've seen that at MS2 in your documents?
Yes, just allow me to quickly check which one was MS2. But I mean, the short answer is yes, we have a policy and a set of criteria against which we assess applications.
And it's a result of and it's the result of applying those criteria that you're here today.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You'll appreciate that your views don't entirely accord with those of Mr. Welsh. You'll have heard his evidence this morning, and I'm sure you've read his statement and his report. At the end of the day, would you be satisfied for the reporter to take all the evidence away? That's your evidence today, your written recognition and statement, and to weigh that along with the evidence of Mr. Welsh and Ms. Anderson in deciding what recommendation he will make to the ministers in due course?
Yes, I very much think that is the reporter's function, to look at the totality of the evidence and come to his own judgment.
Would you like him to visit the wildland area as well, if it's technically and feasibly possible at the moment?
I would assume that he has been or will be going to both the Merrick and Mulwarka. Sorry, not Mulwarka, Shallock on Minnock, and ideally also Clauchrie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gordon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else has any points of clarification to make. Ms. Jack?
No, nothing from me. Thank you very much.
Or Ms. Spence?
When you were talking about the number of visitors to the area, I think that in my experience as a local, there are a lot more people who come here, particularly for dark skies, and get involved in going into the wilder parts. So the area that is available is not large compared to the north of Scotland by any means. And I think that the area could be easily become overpopulated with tourists. And I think it's so important that the whole area is maintained to allow people to go into the wilder parts when they want to. Otherwise, it loses its function as an area for people to use in that way.
Yeah, my own experience has been that you'll get quite large numbers of people on the Merrick, fewer on Shallock on Minnoch, a reasonable number on the Winds of Kells range. But if you penetrate in towards areas like Mulwark, the Dungeon Range, Silver Flow, it is quite easy to leave most people behind. And it's still very quiet within those areas.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. I think you've possibly just answered some of my questions for you. Yes, so I have climbed the Merrick and walked along the ridge to, well, the other direction actually, from Shallock on Minnoch along to the Merrick. I didn't encounter any other people on the course of my walk, though admittedly, perhaps people haven't quite got back in the swing of going back into the hills. So
I have encountered this in the past with reporters, and I don't know whether word gets out and everybody vanishes when they know a reporter is approaching.
Well, we certainly don't. We do the opposite of advertising the fact, I can assure you. But it also the main ridge seemed to be largely pathless, unless I was just failing to find the path. And obviously, it's quite hard to access. I mean, you can get to the Shallock on Minnoch from one end and the Merrick on the other end, but it's quite a major undertaking to walk the whole ridge. So I was going to ask you about how your assessment of how frequently the whole ridge is walked as an expedition. I did it as a ridge walk rather than approaching up from the western side, which I noted that there's also some walks promoted as coming up, I suppose, the fingers of the hand and then going down a different finger down to the minor road. So yeah, just your assessment about how frequently those routes are actually used.
I mean, I can't give you a quantitative assessment. There's little doubt that the major route is the one going up from Glentrool. Hence, obviously, the fact that the path is largely a built path there up onto the lower shoulder of Ben Yelloway, if I remember rightly. And then it's an eroded track to the Merrick. An awful lot of people at that point turn round and go back down the same way. There's a narrow trod most of the way up Shallock on Minnoch. I think, as you yourself have experienced, very few people, I think, relatively speaking, would do the full walk between the two. The times that I've done the full walk between the two, I've actually been camping or bothying on the, if this geography makes sense to you, sir, on the Loch Enoch or the Tunskeen side, on the Wildland Core sort of side. I've been staying there and have effectively then gone up and done the ridge and then come back down sort of in the interior, as it were. I can't speak with any authority on the number of ascents from the west. It's not an area that I've usually been to. And you'll understand, in current circumstances, I was very limited in what field work I was able to do in the last few months.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the Merrick itself obviously is a much more popular hill. I just wondered if you could tell me your view on how highly the Merrick is held. How special is this hill in the context of the south of Scotland? Is it just another Corbett, or it's obviously the highest hill in the south of Scotland? Would you say that it has, in the mountaineering climbing community, it has any special status?
I would say, with a capital T, it's the hill of the south of Scotland. The only other hill I can think of which would have a similar recognition factor would be Tinto in South Lanarkshire. It's simply a superb place to be. And one thing, I mean, nobody's evidence has actually used the word joy or enjoyment. It's just a wonderfully great place to be. It's, you know, it's readily accessible. You can reach it. This is sound like I'm blowing my trumpet a bit. You can reach it without too much effort. I know for many people they think the effort is absolutely wonderful and it exhausts them. But it's actually fairly straightforward to get there and to then experience something that parallels would almost be like the southern edge of the Black Coolen Ridge on Skye, not for its rockiness, but for the fact that you're sitting up there above this flat landscape. In their case, it's a coastal shelf and then the sea. In this case, it's the basin in which Clauchrie would sit, with the sort of forestry, which gives, in some ways, almost a sea-like appearance. It's a very level-looking surface seen from above, and you have this sense of being like an eagle or something hackneyed like that. Just looking down on this wonderful landscape, and you can turn both ways. You can turn inwards, as it were, look across to the Winds of Kells and over the interior of the wildland. You can turn outwards. You can look to Ailsa Craig, to Arran, to Ireland on a clear day, which I grant you don't happen that often. It's just, I'm sorry, so I've become so enraptured in my description. I think I've forgotten your question. I'm not sure if I've answered it.
No, I think you have. That's fine. And I had a question about, and again, you've mentioned that you've been there camping or bothying. We're going to come on to talk about nighttime impacts tomorrow, but we've discussed how infrequently perhaps the ridge itself is used even in daytime. How much consideration do you think I need to give to the possibility of people being up on the Awful Hand Ridge at night or descending at dusk?
I think, in all honesty, sir, I would have to say not a great deal of consideration from a hill walking perspective. I'm not talking about people going for dark skies. From a hill walking perspective, most folk would either be down or aiming to be down and probably looking more at their feet than at their surroundings if they think they're going to get caught by darkness. There will be the occasional person bivouacking or lightweight camping on the ridge, but that is not common, I would have to say.
Thank you. And just my final question to you was really about my site inspections. And I've walked the Awful Hand Ridge, but I haven't climbed Clauchrie. That was one of my questions. But I think you said earlier that you recommend that I should.
Yes, sir, I would.
So I shall try and do that. So perhaps could you enlarge on, you think Clauchrie is also a popular hill that is much frequented and from where the view is much appreciated?
It is. I think that's a guarantee you'll meet nobody on it, of course, if I say that. It is actually much more done as a ridge walk. Again, almost all the times that I've been on it and the people I meet on it, it's very much a case of putting a car at one end and then you're sharing a car to the other end, doing it as a single linear walk. It's longer, the Merrick range, to do as a single walk. The Awful Hand as a single walk. And indeed, I have actually camped on the rims of Kells Ridge, which I haven't done on the Merrick Ridge. And I think the point is that the view, I'm not sure whether I used the word superb or something like that, the view across with the Dungeon Range in the middle distance, and then the Awful Hand sort of at the back is particularly fine view. Not at the moment disturbed, if I can put it that way, by turbines. I think there are some visible, but they're not particularly intrusive, whereas the Clauchrie turbines would appear particularly intrusive, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had. So I think that concludes our business for today. Thank you all for your attendance. And if nobody's got any last points to make, then we'll end there and we'll meet again. Sorry, yes, Mr. Gordon, you've got your hand up.
Just an administrative point, sir. Would I be correct in assuming that aviation lighting will occupy the whole of tomorrow?
Yes, that would be, I think possibly we'll go into Wednesday as well, but with a fair wind, we might get through it tomorrow. But I won't start the general landscape and visual session until Wednesday.
Right, then I will not be back again till Wednesday. Thank you.
Right, fine, I'll see you then. Good, right, well, we'll reconvene tomorrow then, those of us who are attending tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Good evening. Good evening.